First time the Democrat had 40. That's, he doesn't know. You'll tell us when you're ready. Well, thank you very much for being in the great state of Nevada and Las Vegas. We had an amazing rally last night with, tens of thousands of people inside and out. It was really quite something. I think the media was very surprised at the extent of it. It was as big as anything that there's been for a long time. And we're just starting that up now again. We didn't do it because of COVID, but we are rounding the corner on COVID. We're rounding it rapidly. Plus, we have vaccines coming very soon, and we have therapeutics, which have already made a big dent, a tremendous dent. But I'm truly honored to be here today with Latinos for Trump. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And as you probably saw in some of the shows this morning, they're very disturbed by the poll numbers because we're very high and leading with Latinos. And that's a really tremendous thing. I'm very honored by it. We're here to discuss my administration's unwavering devotion to our nation's incredible Latino and Hispanic American communities. And as you know, a little while ago, I received the Bay of Pigs Award from the Cuban Americans in Miami. And that's a big honor, and they don't give it out easily. And we're having tremendous support from the Venezuelans, and it's just a great community. It's just a great people, great community. The Hispanic Americans enrich our nation beyond measure. They proudly serve our nation in the military as members of law enforcement, and they also start small business. I can tell you from personal experience, you're very good businessmen and women. Very, very good. Extraordinary, actually. They promote the shared values of faith and family, hard work, and patriotism. Hispanic Americans embody the American dream very much as anybody I can even think about. They embody the American dream. And I have to say, they know more about, we've had tremendous support from the Hispanic Americans on the southern border because they understand the southern border better than anybody. Nobody knows it better than anybody. Oftentimes I'd go to people that really understood it. They ended up always being Hispanic Americans because they understand it. And they want law and order, and they want people to come in, so do I, but they want them to come in through a process and legally. Joe Biden has spent 47 years betraying the Hispanic American community totally, sending their jobs to China, raising taxes on their family and small businesses, making their communities less safe, attacking their values and trapping their children in failing government schools. He's totally opposed to school choice. He's totally opposed to charter schools, everything that you stand for. He's going to shred the Second Amendment, something very important to Hispanic Americans also. Second Amendment. Life, very important. He's opposed to so many things, and now all of a sudden he's saying, no, I can live with this. I can live like fracking. He's totally reversed himself on fracking. Which I don't think you can do that. I mean, maybe a politician can do that, but I can't imagine. You go through a whole primary system and you're against fracking, then all of a sudden he comes out in favor of fracking. But he's not in favor of it. He's sort of wavering because now the left hit him very hard. And so now he sort of doesn't know what he's doing. He's in his basement right now. And he's saying, what do I do? He calls his handlers. What do I do about this? He hasn't left in 2.5 days. In the meantime, I'm all over the place. I'm going to California from here, going over to see some of our great people that are doing such a great job with those monster fires that they have. And again, forest management. I keep telling them forest management. You're going to manage your forests. Well, Joe Biden failed Hispanic Americans. I've delivered for Hispanic Americans more than any other president. I'm fighting for you every single day, and you understand that better than anybody. We implemented massive tax cuts, regulation cuts, and opportunity zones for Hispanic American families and small businesses, for African American families who have also benefited tremendously by what we've done. The opportunity zones, Tim Scott, senator from South Carolina, has been fantastic. He had this idea, and we brought this idea to fruition. The opportunity zones have been incredible. Before the China virus hit, we achieved the lowest Hispanic American unemployment rate ever recorded in the history of our nation. And we're getting it back very quickly. You saw the numbers come in just last week. The numbers are fantastic. It's building very quickly. 10.4 million jobs in 4 months back. And the number's back to 8.4%. Nobody thought, people thought it was going to go to 42%. It's back to 8.4% so quickly. And we're going to have a great third quarter based on everything we see. We could have a GDP going up 25, 26, 27. Some people say it could be in the 30s. We'll see. It's going to be announced, actually, interestingly, right before the election. So we'll all take our chances. I'll take my chances because we're doing well. But before that virus hit, the numbers were the best they've ever been. We added a record 10.6. So there's never been anything like that, 10.6 million jobs. Second place is our record also, but second place is way behind that number. Joe Biden would terminate this recovery with, as he said, if somebody walked up to him, a doctor, and said, would you do a shutdown? He said, I'd do a shutdown. I'd listen to the professionals. Well, I do too, but then you have to make your decision. If I listen to the doctors, if I listen to the professionals, or if you listen to Biden, he was totally against me shutting down our country to China. I put a ban on China where it was heavily infected, and we saved hundreds of thousands of lives. Then I put a ban on Europe. This was not easy to do, and they were against that. So you can't just listen to your professionals. You have to have some sense. You have to make a decision. But the other thing about Joe Biden, he's not a strong person, and he's not strong for law and order, and everybody knows that. And this is today about law and order. When you see a scene like happened just last night in California with the two police people, a woman, a man, shot at stone cold, short range, right through a window, and we're looking for him. We're looking for that person, him, we think. And when we find that person, we've got to get much faster with our courts, and we got to get much tougher with our sentencing. We have to come out very, very strongly. We have to find that person. But I'm strongly defending religious liberty, which is so important to Hispanic Americans. Joe Biden will eliminate religious liberty. He's pledged to wage attacks on Catholic organizations like the Little Sisters of the Poor. You saw that. We support them, and we support the Little Sisters of the Poor, and we're doing very well in that support. And he supports taxpayer-funded extreme late-term abortion, and he supports it very strongly, late-term and even after-term. If you look at the governor of Virginia, he said the baby is born. And then really, I guess you call that an execution, because we're not even talking about during term. We're talking about after term abortion. And Biden doesn't want to take a position on that. Biden opposes school choice, and he has stated that if he's elected, charter schools are gone. And charter schools have been incredible. He wants to rip away the ladder of opportunity from millions of Hispanic American children. In a second term, I'll provide school choice, and we're already starting that process very strongly, as you know, to every family in America. And for the Hispanic American, school choice and charter schools are one of the most important things we can have. And you want law and order. You want law and order. You're not going to get it with them. He never even mentioned the words law and order in his speech or at the convention. They had the Democrat National Convention. He never mentioned anything about law and order. And you see Portland, and you see some of these other places. Now, every place we've been invited to, we put it out immediately. Minneapolis, we put it out immediately. We were set to go into Seattle. We told them we're coming in, so they went in before us, and they put it out. So we put it out. But every place we've touched has been good. And by the way, every city that's in trouble, every state, you look, Democrats, liberal Democrats, they've run them into the ground. Every city, the Republican cities are doing well. Great, actually. But every city that we've mentioned, the top 10 are all Democrat-controlled cities, whether it's governors, in most cases, in all cases, mayors, and the Republicans have done well. So we've achieved more for Hispanic Americans in 47 months. Think of it. It just works out that way. I said it last night in front of a lot of people. I didn't use the word we, but I'll use it either way, I or we. But I've achieved more for Hispanic Americans in 47 months than Joe Biden has achieved in 47 years. And that's a statement that's a very easy one to make. And I'll tell you, the best is yet to come. And what I thought is, if you'd like, we could go around the room a little bit. Tell us of your experience, also questions. You're all such highly respected people within the community. It's an honor to be with you. And I thought in front of the media we could talk a little bit, and you might tell us. We'll go around this way, and we'll tell us a little bit about yourselves. I'd love that. And if you have any questions or statements, I'd love to hear them. Okay?
So,
We'll start with you.
Steve,
We'll start with you.
first of all, I'm Constanza Mancia Araizaga, and I love our president. And I know for a fact that he's not racist because I'm an American, Mexican, Jew. My mother's from Manhattan. This is my mother. This is a little unorthodox, but this is for her.
Great.
She's 94 years old, and she signed that for you. I'm honored. I met you at the El Sombrero Cafe in
Right.
2016. I don't know if you remember my husband and
I
but
do.
we love you. He has
like
your
him.
ties. And this is the most just president for Latinos, for blacks. He's done so much more than 8 years of Obama. I can tell you right now, everybody, that during 8 years of Obama, as a business that's been in business, we've been in business for 22 years. We own everything entertainment, let you know.
Right.
We do corporate events for hotels like this with major companies, pardon me. And because of Obama's administration, we suffered. We were punished. We were completely punished. He was not a friend to any of the Latinos or the blacks or any business people or women in general, okay? And during your administration, before this China pandemic, and he's right, before the China pandemic, I blame them because I feel sabotaged again, just like I did with Obama's administration.
Right.
I'm very on fire and very passionate because I respect you as a president. I know that when I read The Art of the Deal, it comes from The Art of War. And I was so inspired to be a businesswoman from 1986. And I knew that you were going to be president. And I was on board back in 1986. This is our president. He's got to be a president. So what we've been doing as business owners, we've been sabotaged, especially here in Las Vegas, where our company, for example, provides major corporate events, hotels like this. Every single thing's been canceled. We've been sabotaged. We're going to lose our homes again. I'm still fighting.
Well, your governor has the state shut down. Your Democrat governor. He's shut down the state, and he's playing games with the ballots. He's playing games with ballots, and I hope they're watching him. I hope law enforcement is watching this guy. He's a political hack. He's got your state totally shut down, and it's really terrible. It's one of the states that's still shut down. Please.
Thank you, President. And it's killing us, and we're back to 2008 again. We're being sabotaged, and we are in big trouble here, everybody. Wake up, and we all need to really get out there and get the Latinos on board. We have a campaign. We've been really, really pushing to wake people up because they have a sábana de cieguetud. Okay, that means a blind blanket over their eyes. And you have done so much for Nevada, for our country. I want to see the borders protected. I have family in Mexico City, and they're actually they are Republicans because they're capitalists. They all own businesses, and they don't like what's happening to their borders. They've all suffered, and that's what we need to let everybody know, that our president is saving our country because we have to keep this border situation under control because ISIS has come through from Mexico. I know that for a fact. I know what's happening right now. My own family has been victim to loose borders and loose government and corruption. And President Trump here, I can tell you, everybody, okay, the whole press, he is the best, incredible American president that loves our country, and we need to start respecting him, okay, because the left just basically wants to knock him down, and it's not right. And I'll stand and take a bullet for you.
Thank you very much.
No,
So nice.
I love you, and thank you. And
thank you.
And I also give you my condolences on behalf of my family in Mexico, also for your brother Robert.
Thank you very much.
Thank
That's
you
really
for your
nice.
time,
That's so
President
nice.
Trump.
Thank you very much.
I love
Appreciate
you.
it. I love you too.
And I
Thank you.
cried last time, and the photo, I need a good photo with you without the crying because I was a mess.
You'll get one.
Please.
That's really nice. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
My name is Sabino Gonzalez. I was born in Mexico. I'm an immigrant to here, and I own a small business, beauty salons. We were shut down for like almost 3 months, and we are very.
Did Nancy Pelosi go into your salon?
Not one of those. But
You don't
anyway,
want it.
we are suffering a lot because of the restriction that the governor. I admire you. I follow you all the time. Well, my question is,
They all said when I ran originally.
you and
Yes.
also one of my sons told me, why don't you ask the president that, why don't he makes the November 3rd the holiday so the people can vote and they don't have to mail.
That's maybe a good idea. We'll have to think about it.
So,
We'll have to think
well,
about
thanks-
that. Well,
thanks
we have a lot of people going to vote. We're very concerned about the rigged election with the ballots because this governor, he made it very hard to get a site last night where we had tens of thousands of people coming and pouring. I mean, many couldn't get in, and yet he made it hard. So what kind of thing is that when he's in charge of ballots? So he's making it hard for you to speak, right? Freedom of speech. He's making it hard for you to speak. And we called it a protest because, you know, when they have a protest, they're allowed to have a protest, right? But you're not allowed to go to church. So you don't have to, you can't go to church, but you can have a protest where people burn down your stores, like in Reno and other places where they burn down your storefronts. So that's the way it is. But we will handle things very well. But we are worried about the ballots because we have a number of states, 4, but we have a number of states where we have some very shaky Democrats, and the only way they're going to win is with rigged ballots. And if you look at the history of these ballots over the last 2 or 3 years, you'll see some horrible things where there's been tremendous cheating.
Yes.
And the press knows that, but they don't want to report it because they're fake news. Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Please.
Mr. President, my name is David Mendez, and I'm a first generation here in America. I'm from Mexico City too.
Good.
And I really appreciate everything that you're doing. I think you're a big example for everybody on how you can go after the American dream, how you can go fight and go after your dream, right? Everything you're doing is perfect. I love that there's no filters, that you say things the way they are, because that's the way I am. And here I help the Latino people and everybody. I show people how money works, because we have a big financial problem. Nobody knows how to spend their money.
Right.
And so I give seminars, free seminars for people
Great.
that can show them how you can get a budget, how you can go and make your money work for you too. And also one thing that I think we need to start thinking about it is giving all these dreamers, in their papers. They've been here since they were 2, 3 years old, and I think that would be a good policy. that
You're
we
going to be
need start
very
thinking
happily
about.
surprised. You watch.
And
Watch
also the
watch
social
what's going to
security is
happen.
also another concern that we
The
all
dreamers,
have.
DACA. Will you see? Will you see? You're going to be very happy
So that's
because I happen to agree with you. So
Perfect.
thank you very much.
You're
It's
my
great.
president.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it very much.
President Trump, my
Thank
name
you,
is
Maria.
Maria Caminero. I am an American born in Cuba, left Cuba under political asylum. As someone that was born in Cuba, I value freedom
Right.
tremendously.
Right.
And to me, this election is the most important
Yeah.
because you symbolize freedom
Thank
and
you.
hope for me.
Thank
And
you
for
so
many
much.
people. Many Americans take freedom for granted. There are many Americans that are burning flags, American flags today in our streets.
Terrible.
There are many anarchists that do not understand how important freedom is. And a lot of people believe that it cannot be lost. And Cuba was the 7th largest economy in the world when Castro came into power. And the island has been destroyed. And when you take freedom away from people, you take the life away from people. You take dignity away from people. And A lot of people are like, why don't Cubans fight back? Many do not know what to fight for anymore because they don't understand. They never experienced what it was like to be free. But because we have a president like you that has put America first, and I've been here since I'm 5 years old, and I have seen many presidents give America away. When people say to me, oh, the world doesn't like him, I'm like, I don't care. He is the president of the United States. He is not the president of the world.
Right.
He's our president.
That's why they don't like you.
He's our president. And I thank you.
Thank you,
I'm in the manufacturing business. I thank you for trying so hard to bring manufacturing back. Because when we consume what we make, it makes us stronger. And a lot of people don't realize that. A lot of people just think about buying cheap and buying cheap. No, let's buy better.
Yeah, yeah.
American goods are more expensive, but they're better. I started in the furniture industry when I was 21 years old. And I used to sell things that were American made, Mexican made, Canadian made, things that you could pass on. Now everything is disposable. Everything. Life is disposable. Look at how they think that late-term abortion is okay. It's not okay. You know, so this election, as far as I can see it, I'm going to be 57 years old in a couple of months. It's the most important election, at least in my lifetime, because of what you symbolize. And I thank you for putting America first.
Thank you, Maria. That's
I
really
appreciate
beautiful.
you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Maria. Please, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to come to this roundtable today. I, too, fled California 15 years ago. I was a small business owner of day spas. Because of the taxing and regulations 15 years ago, I knew it was time to move to a more business-friendly state. And so my husband retired as a federal agent, and we moved here. And I started a bath and body product line, manufacturing and distribution.
Great.
And we grew that for 5 years until the Obama-Biden administration. They won the election, and the policies were so unfriendly towards small businesses. The talk of you didn't build that, and we're going to build the economy from the middle class out. I knew he did not understand business. And so we listed our business when he got inaugurated, sold it 6 months later. And me being non-political, I said I will work for every fiscal conservative business person that runs for office, and that's exactly what I did. And then I became recruited and ran for the State House. I actually won my election in 2014,
Great.
and I was the first Republican Latina in the State House. And I realized that only 23% of the legislature had ever signed the front of a paycheck. So I went on, today I'm a city councilwoman, and I went on to, we now have 3 Republicans, I think historically, or at least for the first time, 3 Democrats and an independent mayor. And I can tell you that we will not defund the police as long
Good.
as I'm there.
That's good. That's good, Victoria.
And I can tell you, Mr. President, it is a breath of fresh air to have a president that we know that we can have the opportunity to start a business, to bring our vision to fruition. You have done more for this country in my lifetime than any other president, and I will fight hard for your reelection.
Very nice, thank you.
And thank you very much for everything that you've done. One more thing, and when I get upset because the fake media attacks me, my husband says to me, stop whining, think about what President Trump goes through every day.
A lot of truth to that. Thank your husband very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Go ahead, please.
Well, thank you very much for having me here, President Donald Trump. And my name is Jesus Marquez. I'm a small business owner. I'm also part of the Latinos for Trump advisory board, and I'm a local radio show host for the only conservative radio show host in Nevada myself. And I'm also was recently appointed by you to be a commissioner for the newly created Hispanic Prosperity Initiative. And it's a great honor to serve my country, especially serve my country under you, Mr. President. One thing that I wanted to tell you, the first thing I wanted to tell you is that Nevada welcomes you. We've been waiting for you because we need you. We need your policies. We need everything you do. We have a governor that has been very tough on us, not just businesses, but people. I hear through my radio show and all the work that I do, knocking on doors and organizing pastors and people and leaders here in Nevada and Las Vegas. One thing I hear from everybody is that they are tired of the situation because they want to get America back. They want to get Nevada back up and running. And I hear, even from union members, I hear them say that they are struggling because they are the uncertainty of being locked down, of not having their hours, and so they're hurting. Especially also another thing is that I'm a big advocate for school choice. My two kids who are school age go to a charter school. My 6-year-old came to me the other day running because she heard in the news that Biden was going to shut down charter schools. And my 6-year-old told me, Daddy, is it true that Biden's going to shut my school? She loves her school. We love her school. And it is very important that we save our schools and also our neighborhoods from the insecurity. The law and order that you propose is what we want in all our states. And especially in our communities, Hispanic community, we are directly impacted by the uncertainty of not having a law and order system, and that's what we want. We want law and order in our cities, in our communities, and I think you are the president for that. I thank you very much, and I agree with everybody here that says that you are the best president in decades, or at least in my lifetime. And I love history. I can go back a couple of decades before I was born, and I know that you are the best president.
Really nice.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
Jesus. It's beautiful. Thank you very much. Please, Laura.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you so much for just being here and making this time to meet with us. It's an honor and privilege to be in your presence. Now, I don't want to get too emotional, but I did bring my tissue and my notes
that's
just in
okay.
case I lose it. I am a small business owner, but I am in the staffing industry. I started my business back in October 2014, and I felt that there was just so many great programs in our city that a lot of people didn't know about them. So I went ahead and I started with 2 other community leaders, a nonprofit organization. We are a 501c3. So I'm really sorry, I can't endorse anyone through the organization, but we started in January of 2015. We represent basically bringing the Hispanic and non-Hispanic business community together. We're made up of a lot of volunteers, small business owners. We basically focus on educating our community on business. We volunteer in the schools. We actually adopted Arturo Cambero Elementary School over 5 years ago, and 2 years ago we went ahead and took on Del Robinson Middle School. It's very important for us to go into our community, into our schools, and allow the children to be able to see Latina women, Latino men, that are attorneys, that are business owners, so then that way we can guide them. I will tell you that this administration, you've been such a blessing. The SBA, absolutely wonderful. I mean, for you guys to have been able to pass the PPP, the disaster loan, me personally, there's no way that my business would still be alive if it wasn't for you. And so we do have different types of events, and one event that we have every single year, it's our fundraiser, our annual fundraiser, our signature event. It's called Éxito Awards. Okay, I'm going to be honest. I would have loved to nominated the governor. What an honor and privilege to have nominated the governor of Nevada. But unfortunately, I couldn't find myself to actually nominate him because he has killed our businesses. Okay? And so I went ahead and I nominated you, President, and I nominated also Jovita Carranza, and I will tell you that on Friday, you won the nomination.
Oh, good.
So we're really excited. So now we just hope that you accept our nomination. We have to actually go through that process, and we really do hope you do accept it.
I will. Okay, and I will accept it. Okay.
Oh! Oh, God, thank you.
Okay.
And once again, we absolutely love you.
Thank you very
All right,
much. Thank you, Laura. Appreciate that. Very nice, beautiful.
I didn't cry.
No, you did very well.
Mr. President, it's an absolute honor to meet you and to be here today. I actually didn't think I was going to be chosen to be one of the ones here, but you're absolutely amazing. And my mama, before I get in trouble with my mom, she said, when you meet President Trump, you better tell him, oh, I love him. So I have to get that out of the way. I'm a small business owner. I own a Giant Janitorial Service. I've been affected with COVID and with what the governor's doing, and it's hard, but Christ is with us, and He's going to continue to help us, and I believe that He put you in your position to help this country, and you're doing a fantastic job. I didn't come here with a question. I just came here to tell you how much proud I am.
That's really nice. And will you say hello to your mother?
I will.
Okay.
Her name is Carol Dominguez. and,
Good. Say hello to her.
and she's spicy.
She did a good job. She did a good job with the son, I can see that. Thank you very much.
She made a handsome one. I am really proud of you.
Thank you very
And it's a
much.
very honor. I'm amazed.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Great honor. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr.
Thank you.
President. My name is Blanca Fax. I come from Guatemala back in 1989. I moved to this great state of Nevada in 1996. My husband and we own multiple businesses and rapid real estate, and we've been having a little bit hard time with one particular business, which is bar and restaurant, and we also have gaming, and the gaming is being shut down for us, not for the casino, not for you go to the Smith's Markets, they have all the machines open, so it's only like being like you selected people that can run the business. So I don't understand how the governor is choosing who can run the business.
Very unfair. I
It's
agree.
very unfair. So in that area, I'm very hurt. But I'm here and to tell you that I'm very honored that you select me to be on this table to represent the rest of the Hispanic, like we all, as we understand everybody have a hard time. This year is being really hard for everybody. But thanks to all the assistance programs that you create, it helps me to maintain one of my business. We got the PPP program and the EIDL program, and we afloat. We support 20 employees, and we're very proud to have you as a president.
Thank you very much. Beautiful. Thank you. Appreciate it very much.
Oh, I'm nervous. Mr. President, great seeing you here again. Third time I get to meet you. Really excited. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our business. We're in the business. I did not start our business. It was my parents who started the company 57 years ago. And I like to say I'm 12th child of 13. So my older brother and sisters worked really hard along with my parents to get the company going. Our name of the company is Roberto's Taco Shop. We have 72 stores total. We have 54 stores here in Las Vegas, 3 up in Reno. The rest are in San Diego, where we started. When my parents came from Mexico, they came out here to, for the American dream. My dad came up here. He worked up in Michigan in the Ford company. He worked in the railroad company before. In 1957, he brought my mother and 7 of my brothers and sisters over. They worked hard in the fields. And in 1964, my dad started a tortilla factory at his own house. And from there, he grew opening up restaurants in San Diego. And then in 1990, moved here to Las Vegas. When he passed away in 1999, he had 18 stores. Of those 18 stores, I still have 10 stores that are still up and running. Oh boy. Anyways, I just want to say again, thank you for having me here again. And my dad taught us to work hard. He never pushed us to go to school. Out of 13 of us, my brothers and sisters, only 2 graduated. But he always told us, "You're not going to go to school. You go to work for us." So I was one of the 11 kids who chose to go to work. I was very young when I started working for him. And again, now I'm in charge of all of our stores here in Nevada.
That's great.
So, it is hard work, but the payoff is really great.
Good.
With this COVID, I cannot say we've been affected. Actually, you know, for some reason, our restaurants are doing really, really well. We've opened 3 stores this year, and we're going to be opening 2 more this year.
Wow,
Before the year's over. So
that's
you know,
fantastic.
we're growing. We're still looking for places in Las Vegas to open more stores. You know, people are telling me, because you have so many here in Las Vegas, why open more? Well, there's room for more. There's room for more. So that's all I've got to say. And again, you know, we love the work you're doing. We love what you've done for us. I think you helped us a lot, you know, with your tax programs. We benefit a lot from that. And that's it. That's all I've got to say.
Well, your father would be very proud of you, right? Good job. That was a great job.
And
Thank
again,
you.
I do want to say my condolences to you with
Thank
your
you.
brother. I actually lost my mom 2 months ago tomorrow. So,
It's not easy.
yeah.
Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. Well, I want to thank everybody very much. This is fantastic. And again, it's never been shown like this for a Republican. The Republicans are good and Democrats are good, but there's never been anything quite like this. When we saw the love last night, and long before that, frankly, because I've been with the Latinos, the Hispanics, you go by many different names, all different. Some prefer one, some prefer another. You know, we discuss it. And in the end, they say, do whatever you want, call us whatever you want, because you've been the best that we've ever had. And that's such an honor when people say that. And we love you, and we will be with you, and we're never going to let you down. And I want to thank you all for being here. It's really great. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Great job. Thank
Well, thank you very much. And that was some greeting we had in North Carolina. I'll tell you, I don't know if you saw the crowd outside, but it's pretty amazing. But we've had it in Texas and Ohio, South Carolina, Florida. It's just incredible what's happening. As we commemorate the 75th anniversary of the American victory in World War II, and a victory it was, on September 2nd, 1945, the great General Douglas MacArthur accepted Japan's unconditional surrender aboard the USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay. VJ Day marked the end of the deadliest conflict in human history and the ultimate triumph of American freedom. It was a big day. It was a great triumph, a great country, and our country is greater than ever before. That's what's happening, and that's what it is. Greater, with a greater military than we've ever had before. We're deeply moved to be joined this afternoon by World War II veterans, all of whom I've met, all of whom are tough. I don't want to mess around with any of them, I'll tell you right now. Whose blood, sweat, grit, courage, and unfailing devotion made that epic victory possible. These brave Americans raced into the fires of hell to vanquish tyranny, dethrone fascism, and defend the American way of life. You've earned the eternal and undying gratitude of all Americans, and that's why I'm here today. I wanted to be with you. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? We had a good time a little while ago, right? Over at the Oval Office, Congressional Medal of Honor. We're privileged to be joined as well by veterans from every generation, including a number of wounded warriors. We stand in awe of your service. I can say that. So respected, so loved. We are in awe. Joining us for this commemoration, our Secretary David Bernhardt. Secretary, where is David? Thank you, David, very much for being here. A great senator, a real friend of mine, a tremendous senator, actually, and he works very, very hard, and he loves the people of North Carolina. Senator Thom Tillis. Tom, thank you very much. And some warriors, they're in Congress, and they're tough and they're smart. Representatives David Rouzer, Ted Budd, and Dan Bishop. Thank you, fellas. They are tough, but you're not as tough as these guys, I'll tell you right now, right? You're not as tough as them. There's no better place to mark this profound World War II anniversary than right here in Wilmington, North Carolina. The people of this city and this state, and its incredible state, and I want to thank you for being so nice to me. You've been very nice, very, very nice every time we've asked for something, but I've been nice to you also, I have to say that. But you made the extraordinary contributions to the war effort. That's North Carolina made this extraordinary contribution, and so many. Nearly 2 million American servicemen trained for combat in North Carolina, more than any other state. Wow, that's pretty good, isn't it, huh? Who would know that? 2 million trained, more than any state. Over 360,000 service members from your state fought in the Second World War. They battled on the cliffs of Normandy, over the skies of Africa, and in the deep waters of the Pacific. Over 11,000 North Carolina patriots fought the enemy until their very last breath. You know what that means, right? Think of that, 11,000 died in the war. We want to thank you, boy. And we have family members here, by the way. That's them saying hello. In Wilmington, more than 20,000 workers of the North Carolina Shipbuilding Company poured out every ounce of their strength to build an astonishing 243 ships for the U.S. Navy. And it was the citizens of Wilmington who came together to save a priceless artifact of American history, the glorious battleship behind me, the USS North Carolina. And that is some powerful and beautiful ship coming in. We got plenty of televisions on Air Force One, and they showed it in prime time in the 40s. And they showed that ship, and I'll tell you, they don't make, I shouldn't say this, they don't make them that way anymore. They really don't. What a beautiful ship. During World War II, this magnificent ship participated in many major naval offenses, and in the Pacific Theater itself, including the Marshall Islands, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa, earning more battle stars than any other battleship. We're learning a lot today, right? That's pretty good. Why are you clapping? You come from West Virginia, huh? He loves West Virginia, so do I, right? But we're clapping anyway, right? You better believe it. Thank you. After the war, the people of Wilmington organized a massive campaign to save this beautiful ship from the scrapyard. They preserved it as a memorial to the gallant deeds of American sailors, a monument to the American workers that built it, and an enduring symbol of American greatness. Now more than 200,000 people visit the site each year to learn the history and the heroism that defines our nation. This afternoon, my administration is formally recognizing the city's exceptional contributions to victory in the Second World War. It is my tremendous honor to officially designate Wilmington, North Carolina, as our nation's very first World War II heritage city. That's a big deal. Our nation's very first. Wilmington, congratulations to you all. And God is saluting you up there, I tell you. We may have to go a little quicker than I thought, right? With this designation, we proudly declare that in America, we don't tear down the past, we celebrate our heroes, we cherish our heritage, we preserve our history, and we build the future. This mighty vessel and this magnificent town will forever tell that story with this designation. So I want to just congratulate North Carolina and Wilmington. That's a fantastic thing. I want to thank Senator Tillis and Congressman Browser, stand up please, in between the lightning bolts, for their work to make this day possible. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, fellas. Great job. And let me also thank retired Navy Captain Wilbur Jones, who has championed the cause of World War II heritage cities. Wilbur, thank you. Thank you, Wilbur. Great job. Great job. So, Wilbur, you know a lot of people wanted this, right? So you are just a tough cookie. You got it. Number one in the nation. I want to thank Wilbur. That's great. I also want to recognize several of the heroes who saved American freedom. And I've known some of them since I've been in office. I've seen them. And there they are. Here today is my good friend who I just left, and he was in the Oval Office with me at the White House, Woody Williams. 75 years ago, Woody showed fearless courage as a Marine in the Battle of Iwo Jima. You are amazing. I promised him I would not tell that he's 97 years old. I promise. I'll tell you, he's 100% sharp. He's 100% sharp. I know a 78-year-old that's not so sharp, and he's 97, and he's 100%, because it has nothing to do with that. 78's young. Depends who's 78, that's all. He's 97. I said, man, you are something. And physically in great shape. He braved a torrent of hostile fire while destroying one enemy machine gun position after another, knocked them out one after one for his daring actions. President Truman, think of that, awarded Woody the Congressional Medal of Honor, the highest in our land. Woody, congratulations. You inspire us all. It was great to have you on Air Force One. I had promised him, you know, maybe 2 years ago, I said, I'll take you on Air Force One. He came up. He's very aggressive. He said, I'd like to fly on Air Force One. I said, I'll do it. And today we did it, right? We got it done. Thanks, Woody. Great job. Also joining us today is Paul Phillips, a veteran of World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. During the Second World War, Paul proudly served on the USS North Carolina in the Pacific Theater. At 93 years old, he has returned today to visit the ship upon which he so nobly served. He's a tremendous man. Paul, it's our honor to have you with us. Please, Paul, stand up. Thank you, Paul. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you, Paul. Great job, Paul. Appreciate it. Here as well is Army veteran Greg Melikian. When Greg was 20 years old, he served as a radio operator in the headquarters of Supreme Allied Commander General Dwight D. Eisenhower. I'd love to have heard some of those conversations. Much more interesting than today, right? 75 years ago, General Eisenhower directed Greg to broadcast around the world the long-awaited news that Germany had surrendered. Greg, your being here is very, very much appreciated. Thank you very much. It was a great honor meeting you before. Thank you very much. Very, very great honor. Our task today is to pass on to the next generation the blessings of liberty that you fought for and that you bled for. All for security. You wanted to secure our future. You wanted to praise and raise our flag, and you did that. You raise our flag, and you stand proud, and you stand tall. And we're doing it in our nation, too. Almost everyone. Every once in a while, you see somebody not do it. We don't like it when they don't do it, do we? We don't like it. So I want to just thank you. Fantastic job. American warriors did not defeat fascism and oppression overseas only to watch our freedoms be trampled by violent mobs here at home. We stopped those violent mobs very easily. All they have to do is say, please come in, Mr. President. We'll have it done in 1 hour. Please come in. It's one of the great, to me, just incredible that they don't immediately, they just, as you know, at Portland, the mayor last night, he was raided. His home was raided. He was thrown out of his home. And then he'll stand up and he'll fight for these people. These people only know one thing. and that's strength. That's all they know, strength. And we have strength. For the sake of all Americans, we must uphold the rule of law and defend the American dream for every child in our land. We must teach our children that America is the land of heroes like you. You're heroes. You know that, right, Woody? You're heroes. You're great, great men. Great men. Better believe it. We're not ashamed in America. We're not ashamed of anything. I signed a very important edict recently. 3 months ago, they were ripping down statues. I said, you can rip them down, but you're going to serve 10 years in jail if you do. And as soon as I did that, incredibly, you haven't heard about statues coming down, have you? Statues are monuments. But we're not ashamed of our country. We're proud of our country, prouder than we are of anything else. Our country is great, and we're going to keep it that way. We're going to keep our country great. Together, we will remember America's towering victories. We will recognize America's outstanding virtues, and we will pay tribute to the heroes who keep us safe, strong, proud, and free. And I also, in addition to our wonderful, brilliant military, I want to thank law enforcement, because the law enforcement, without them, we're not here today very well. They've done an incredible job, really an incredible job. And thank you again to the World War II veterans in attendance today. This is such a great tribute to North Carolina. We will never forget what you did for us. Your legacy is etched forever into the heart and soul of a grateful nation. And this spot is right now one of the most important military spots anywhere in the world. Congratulations to everybody, and thank you for making it come true. Thank you all very much. God bless you. God bless North Carolina, and God bless America. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm honored to welcome you all to the White House today for this special event honoring Americans in recovery and the incredible organizations that support them. I'm grateful to our Office of National Drug Control Policy and to Director Jim Carroll, thank you, for organizing this important discussion. I'm also glad to be joined today by Larry Kudlow, Director of the United States Economic Council. Thank you. And our Surgeon General, Jerome Adams. Hello. Before I get started, I would also like to thank Kathryn Burgum, the First Lady of North Dakota. Thank you for joining us today. As well as Patty McCarty, the CEO of FACES and Voices of Recovery, whose organization is playing a key role throughout September commemorating Recovery Month around the United States. Today, we are here to highlight two important themes in recovery: the power of recovery tools and resources in the workplace, and the role personal connection to others plays in achieving sobriety. These themes are also shared in my Be Best initiative, which promotes healthy relationships, strong families, and supporting the people and programs in our communities that give children their best chance to succeed. Finding solutions to our nation's drug problem has always been something I've cared deeply about, especially when it comes to its negative effects on children and families. In my time as First Lady, I have traveled to hospitals and rehabilitation centers around the country and have seen the devastating results of drug abuse and addiction. I have learned that addiction and drug abuse are universal issues that do not discriminate based on income, age, race, or wherever you live. I believe that promoting education and awareness on this issue is critical to overcoming this terrible trend, which is why I'm joining you here today. The coronavirus pandemic has increased feelings of loneliness and sadness. For vulnerable populations, it has also increased the risk of substance abuse. But the American people are strong and always set up to help one another in times of need. My husband and this administration are also committed to making sure no one is left behind and forgotten men and women are not forgotten no more. The guests we have with us today are shining examples of how we can uplift our communities. Businesses, large and small, are represented at this event. Each of them share a commitment and understanding that economic empowerment and the feeling of purpose play an important role in creating sustained sobriety. These are the facts of recovery at work, and I'm inspired by each of your stories. You are not just job creators, you empower the human spirit. I want to thank all of you again for your outstanding work in making our communities a much stronger and accepting place for all Americans. Thank you very much. And now I would like to turn back over to Director Carroll. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Trump, for your continued dedication to this cause. I have a great honor now of introducing you to some new friends, but these are friends of mine that are here today. But I think it's only fitting that we start with prayer. And so the first friend that I would like to introduce everyone to is Reverend Jan Brown. And Reverend Brown is the Executive Director of the Global Recovery Initiatives. She's the Executive Director of the Spirit Works Foundation. She serves as the chairperson of the Board of Directors of Faces and Voices of Recovery, which we'll hear more about in a few minutes. And she's also been appointed by the presiding bishop of the Episcopalian Church to serve on the Commission of Impairment and Leadership. Reverend Brown, would you please lead us?
Let us pray. God of all creation, we give you thanks for this glorious day. We give you thanks for the opportunity to come together, to listen to one another, and to share hopes and dreams and possibilities as they relate to issues of recovery in the workplace. We know that purpose and meaning are pillars of recovery. Help us be faithful stewards and intercessors for all in need of meaningful work, engaging with goodwill in this spirited dialogue. We ask that you allow the conversation to unravel organically, that our differences not get in the way, that we be fully present as we are here to do your work in this world. We know that in you all things are possible. Kindle in us your holy fire to allow us to be brave and bold and courageous around this important topic. We pray for those who continue to suffer with COVID-19 and their families and friends and those who are caring for them. We pray for those who are struggling with economic, financial, health, racial, and housing insecurities, and ask that you be with them to remove their fears and increase their reliance on you. We give thanks for the celebration of Recovery Month, honoring the millions of lives that have been restored because of recovery, the families that have been reunited, and the communities that are now thriving. We know that there are many in our midst who continue their struggles. Be with them now. Let them know that you are ever present and only a breath away. We pray for those who have died from overdose and other addiction-related causes. We pray for treatment centers, advocacy organizations, recovery organizations, and all those working to end and to serve those who are in or working toward recovery. Throughout this difficult season of COVID-19 and the ongoing addiction epidemic, remind us to maintain and celebrate our connections. Help us to always remember that we are the face and voice of recovery in this country and beyond. We pray for the leaders gathered here, that you would inspire us to find solutions that promote health and healing for all who have been affected by substance use disorders and any other addictions, and that you would equip us with the will and the skills to make those solutions a reality. Continue in us the good work you have begun. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Brown, for that beautiful prayer. And when we first met, one of the first things that I did was ask her to pray for me and for the office on this issue, that we could continue to be led and guided to do the right thing. And so in addition to Faith leading us, and of course the First Lady being the North Star to always do the right thing, we've also been blessed at the White House with Larry Kudlow.
Yes.
He should be smiling, but I don't think that he is right now. In addition to being always a calm and reassuring voice, and as the lead for the Economic Council here, and the leading person really in the United States on economic issues, Larry is well known to all. But one thing I don't think is very well known, and I sincerely appreciate Larry coming forward today to be part of this, but Larry just celebrated his 25th year in recovery. And so Larry, congratulations.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it very much. Many thanks to the First Lady. I am Larry Kudlow. I just had a 25th sober anniversary on July 1. And I don't want to say too much. My story has been out there for many years. I would just say that when the President and the First Lady offered me this position, which is the greatest honor of my professional life, and I've stayed a lot longer than probably a lot of people thought I would, it would not have been possible. It would not have been remotely possible. It would have been unthinkable that I could occupy such a job 25 years ago. Unthinkable. I was a hopeless abuser of alcohol and drugs. I had tried several times unsuccessfully to get sober. Like a lot of my peers and friends, I went through bloody hell and suffered significant consequences. I'm not alone. Most of us had the same troubles. And I was unemployable. But by the grace of God, I did stay married. My wife is a saint, Judy. I've said that before, I'll repeat it. We've been married 34 years, it's a miracle. But it was difficult. The whole story was difficult. Having said that, I will offer this. It is because of my stubbornness and willfulness and the difficulties and consequences, and the fact that I had to learn how to change my behavior and follow a few simple steps or guidelines. I believe sincerely today that it probably was the best thing that ever happened to me, because it forced me to change and seek a new path and return to faith. I might not have said it at the time, but more and more I've come to realize it down through the years. And so it's an honor for me to be with fellow suffering alcoholics and employers. And I will just say to you,
Thank you very much, my fellow Americans. Apart from matters of war and peace, the nomination of a Supreme Court justice is the most important decision an American president can make. For this reason, candidates for president owe the American people a specific list of individuals they consider for the United States Supreme Court. 4 years ago, I announced my first list of highly qualified candidates and promised to fill Justice Scalia's vacant seat from among those names. And just days after my inauguration, I kept that promise when I nominated Judge Neil Gorsuch, and as you know, he has been very spectacular. A year later, I nominated, and the Senate confirmed, another outstanding justice, Brett Kavanaugh. By the end of my first term, we will have confirmed a record number of federal judges, over 300. all of whom will faithfully uphold our Constitution as written. What has always made America exceptional is our reverence for the impartial rule of law. People have come from all over the world to pursue the American dream based on this sacred principle. Equality under the law is the bedrock of our society. It is the principle that inspired American heroes to abolish slavery and end segregation, secure civil rights, and build the most free and just nation in history. Unfortunately, there is a growing radical left movement that rejects the principle of equal treatment under the law. If this extreme movement is granted a majority on the Supreme Court, it will fundamentally transform America without a single vote of Congress. Radical justices will erase the Second Amendment, silence political speech, and require taxpayers to fund extreme late-term abortion. They will give unelected bureaucrats the power to destroy millions of American jobs. They will remove the words "under God" from the Pledge of Allegiance. They will unilaterally declare the death penalty unconstitutional, even for the most depraved mass murderers. They will erase national borders, cripple police departments, and grant new protections to anarchists, rioters, violent criminals, and terrorists. In the recent past, many of our most treasured freedoms, including religious liberty, free speech, and the right to keep and bear arms, have been saved by a single vote on the United States Supreme Court. Our cherished rights are at risk, including the right to life and our great Second Amendment. Over the next 4 years, America's president will choose hundreds of federal judges and, in all likelihood, 1, 2, 3, and even 4 Supreme Court justices. The outcome of these decisions will determine whether we hold fast to our nation's founding principles or whether they are lost forever. That is why today I am announcing 20 additions to my original list of candidates for the United States Supreme Court. Should there be another vacancy on the Supreme Court during my presidency, my nominee will come from the names I have shared with the American public, including the original list and these 20 additions. Joe Biden has refused to release his list, perhaps because he knows the names are so extremely far left that they could never withstand public scrutiny or receive acceptance. He must release a list of justices for people to properly make a decision as to how they will vote. It is very important that he do so. My original list of potential justices include many of our nation's brightest legal minds, such as Bill Pryor, Amy Coney Barrett, and Thomas Hardiman, outstanding people. Like those distinguished individuals, the 20 additions I am announcing today would be jurists in the mold of Justices Antonin Scalia, Clarence Thomas, and Samuel Alito. Their names are as follows: Bridget Beatty of Arizona, judge on the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals; Daniel Cameron of Kentucky, Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Kentucky; Paul Clement of Virginia, former Solicitor General of the United States; Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas; Senator Ted Cruz of Texas; Stuart Kyle Duncan of Louisiana, judge on the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals; Stephen Engel of the District of Columbia, Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel at the Department of Justice; Noel Francisco, former Solicitor General of the United States; Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri; James Ho of Texas, judge on the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals; Gregory Katsas of Virginia, judge on the District of Columbia Circuit Court of Appeals; Barbara Lugoa of Florida, judge on the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals; Christopher Landau of Maryland, United States Ambassador to Mexico; Carlos Muniz of Florida, Justice on the Supreme Court of Florida. Martha Packold of Illinois, Judge on the District Court for the Northern District of Illinois. Peter Phipps of Pennsylvania, Judge on the Third Circuit Court of Appeals. Sarah Pitlick of Missouri, Judge on the District Court for the Eastern District of Missouri. Allison Jones Rushing of North Carolina, Judge on the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. Kate Todd of Virginia, Deputy Assistant to the President and Deputy Counsel to the President. Lawrence Van Dyke of Nevada, Judge on the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. Every one of these individuals will ensure equal justice, equal treatment, and equal rights for citizens of every race, color, religion, and creed. Together we will defend our righteous heritage and preserve our magnificent American way of life. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions on the judges? Please. Anybody on the judges? Excuse me. Any questions? They're outstanding people, very important decision. Very important that Joe Biden put up potential nominees. I think it's a very important thing for our country that he do that. Okay, please, go ahead. Do you have a question? Question?
Have you spoken to these candidates? Can you address the concerns from the Woodward book in regards to whether did you mislead the public by saying that you downplayed the coronavirus and that you repeatedly did that in order to reduce panic? Did you mislead the public?
Well, I think if you said in order to reduce panic, perhaps that's so. The fact is I'm a cheerleader for this country. I love our country. And I don't want people to be frightened. I don't want to create panic, as you say. And certainly I'm not going to drive this country or the world into a frenzy. We want to show confidence. We want to show strength. We want to show strength as a nation. And that's what I've done. And we've done very well. We've done well from any standard. You look at our numbers compared to other countries, other parts of the world. It's been an amazing job that we've done. I think it's very sad in many respects because the incredible individuals working so hard on it, including our vice president, they've done this great job. They haven't been acknowledged by the news media, and they should, for the job we've done, whether it's ventilators, and now you'll see very soon with vaccines and with therapeutics. The job we've done has been incredible. But we don't want to instill panic. We don't want to jump up and down and start shouting that we have a problem that is a tremendous problem, scare everybody. And I'll tell you the other thing, we immediately started buying all over the world. We started buying masks and gowns and everything else, and we don't want to cause pricing to go up to a level that becomes almost unaffordable. So, yeah, in that sense, I agree with it. Yeah, please.
How do you reassure the American public going forward that they can trust what you're saying?
Well, I think that's really a big part of trust. We have to have leadership. We have to show leadership. And the last thing you want to do is create a panic in the country. This was a horrible thing. It was sent to us by China. Should not have happened, should never have happened. This is a disgusting, terrible situation that was foisted upon us. And we have to show. We just don't want to use, the best word is panic. We don't want to have to show panic. We're not going to show panic. And that's exactly what I did. And I was very open, whether it's to Woodward or anybody else. It's just another political hit job. But whether it was Woodward or anybody else, you cannot show a sense of panic or you're going to have bigger problems than you ever had before. Please.
Respectfully, sir, your comment amounted to more than trying to reduce panic. So on February 7th, you told Woodward, it's more deadly than your strenuous flu.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, don't you think if you were more forthright with the American people, more lives could have been saved? Do you take responsibility at all for some of the 200,000 deaths that we've had?
So I think if we didn't do what we did, we would have had millions of people die. We closed up our country. We closed it up very, very quickly, very effectively. We did a job. We learned about this horrible disease, along with the rest of the world, which had to learn about it. And then we opened it up, and now we know the vulnerable. We know who it attacks, who it's so vicious against. And I think we've done, from every standpoint, a incredible job. We shouldn't have lost anybody. Nobody should have lost China released something that they shouldn't have been allowed to, they should not have released. It came out of China, it went to Europe, it went all over the world. Should have never happened. They could have stopped it. They stopped it from going into the remainder of China. It started in Wuhan, and they stopped it. But they didn't stop it from coming to our country. Now, we had to show calm. We had to show, you know, if it was up to you or whoever, I have no idea what he said in the book. And again, it's a book that I gave him some quotes, and frankly, we'll see how the book turned out. I have no idea. You're asking me questions for the first time. But again, the last thing we can show is panic or excitement or fear or anything else. We had to take care of the situation we were given. Now, long before anybody else wanted to do it, I closed our borders to a very heavily infected China. If I didn't do that, we would have had hundreds of thousands more people die. Dr. Fauci said it, many people said it. It was a great decision. It was a decision I made, and I had to make. It was a decision that a lot of people thought I was wrong. Nancy Pelosi said I was wrong. Joe Biden said I was wrong. They all came back and they said it was the right decision. And I was way early. That was in January, the end of January I did that. So that was a very good thing we did. Otherwise, we would have had hundreds of thousands more. But if we didn't close the country, we would have been talking about millions of people instead of the numbers that we have right now.
You mentioned that you were trying to avoid price gouging, but you mentioned to Bob Woodward that you recognize that this virus spread through the air on February 7th. You didn't begin Project Airbridge until March. You didn't use the Defense Production Act until March. You didn't start ramping up ventilator production until March.
You didn't really think it was going to be to the point where it was. All of a sudden, the world was infected. The entire world was infected. Everyone was scrambling around looking where to buy face masks and all of the other things. We've opened up factories. We've had tremendous success with face masks and with shields and with the ventilators. We're now supplying the rest of the world. We have all the ventilators we can use. And remember this, the ventilators were very important. Not one person that needed a ventilator didn't get it. And these are very complex, expensive machines to make. We opened up something like hadn't been done since the Second World War. We've done an incredible job, but we don't want to run around screaming, shouting, oh, look at this, look at this. We have to show leadership. And leadership is all about confidence. And confidence is confidence in our country. And our people have been great. We've been put through a lot by China, by releasing this, by having this come here. We were put through a lot. They could have done something about it, and they chose not to. I am very honored to have presented to you today a list of 20 incredible people, and we will talk later. I'm sure we'll be meeting later in the day. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, and I'm thrilled to be back at the historic Jupiter Inlet. I know it very well. Don't live very far away, as you know. The Lighthouse, it's my home state. It's called the state of Florida, and it's a great state. Hello, Ed. Sit down. Do you have seats? Yeah, you do. Sit down, everybody. The Sunshine State is truly one of the most beautiful places on earth. I love it. And together we will preserve its breathtaking natural splendor for generations to come. We're here today to celebrate our incredible record of natural conservation and environmental protection over the last 4 years. I've been working with your both governors, your last governors. Your current governor is fantastic, by the way, and we've been working very, very hard. We've been working very hard together to make sure everything is perfect and to recommit ourselves to preserving the awesome majesty of God's great creation. Joining us in the wonderful support effort of that mission is Secretary of the Interior, a man who's worked so hard on this, David Bernhardt. Thank you very much, David. Thank you. An EPA Administrator, very powerful man. When he says you can do it, you do it. When he says you can't, it's over with. You don't have a chance. Andrew Wheeler. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you. Great job. And of course, your Governor, Ron DeSantis, who's run, not only did he run a great campaign, he's a great governor. Thanks, Ron. What a great job. What a great job he did. Of course, we'll let you know on November 3rd. I'll let you know if he did a good job, okay?
Also, I want to introduce Lieutenant Governor Jeanette Nunez, who's been such a fantastic friend and supporter. Thank you very much, Jeanette. And one of the great attorney generals anywhere in the country, Ashley Moody. Ashley, thank you. Thank you very much. Florida CFO, Jimmy Petronas. Jimmy, thank you, Jimmy. Great job. A man who everybody loves. He's highly respected in Washington. He's a great senator. Lindsey Graham, South Carolina. Thank you, Lindsey. Great job. Representatives, Gus Birakis. Where's Gus? Gus, how are you, Gus? Thank you very much. Great job you're doing. We have a lot of good ones here. We have warriors. I call them my warriors. That's what they are. And Gus, the job you've done. And Matt Gaetz. Where's Matt? Where's Matt? Where's Matt? That's not a very good location for you, Matt. That's. I'm used to having you sitting right up here. What's going on? That's good. Matt Gaetz, Brian Mast. Brian, fantastic guy. Thank you, Brian. They are our warriors. You see what they do? They have to fight Pelosi, Schumer. They have to fight all these characters. And they do very well in the fights. We want them on our side. Greg Stubbe. Greg, thank you very much. Great job. Great job this morning, I watched. Bill Posey. Bill Posey. Thank you, Bill. Michael Waltz. Michael. Fantastic, Michael. And Ted Yoho. They've actually become my friends, actually. Ted, thank you very much. Great. Great. Where's Ted? Great, Ted. Thank you very much. Great job. And from South Carolina, State Representative Nancy Mace, who's got a very important race where I think you're doing very well. I think you're doing very well from what I hear, right? You got to win that one. That's an important one. We're behind you 1,000%. You know that, right? As well as Mayor of Miami-Dade County, Carlos Jimenez. Where's Carlos? Carlos, great. I want to thank you all for being here. My administration's proving every day that we can improve our environment while creating millions of high-paying jobs. This is a really sharp contrast to the extreme radical left that you've had to deal with. And what you're doing right now is a lot better than anything you've ever been accustomed to, I will tell you that. Joe Biden's plan would destroy America's middle class while giving a free pass to the world's worst foreign polluters like China, Russia, India, and many others. They don't have to clean up their lands, but we have to clean up ours. The left's agenda isn't about protecting the environment, it's about punishing America, and that's true. Instead of focusing on radical ideology, my administration is focused on delivering real results, and that's what we have, and we right now have the cleanest air we've ever had in this country, let's say over the last 40 years. Because I assume 200 years ago was probably better. What do you think? I would say that. What do you think, fellas? So I do want to preface that because the fake news is back there. When I say the cleanest air we've ever had over a 40-year period, Lindsay, is that okay? A couple of hundred years ago, I would imagine it was pretty good, right? To safeguard our stunning coastal areas, I signed legislation authorizing $100 million to fight the red tide and toxic algae, and to preserve the Everglades and defend Florida from catastrophic flooding. You know about the flooding. We spent a lot of money on flooding and a lot of money on hurricanes, and when your governors came to me and they said, can we have this, can we have that? We need some more for the Panhandle, they said. We have to help the Panhandle. I said, without question and without any weight, let's go, right? That's what we said. You've never had it so easy in your life. He'd walk into my office, say, sir, just one more. How much is it going to cost? How about an extra $1 billion? Staff wasn't happy. Yeah, my staff wasn't too thrilled. We had to override the staff a couple of times. We've directed over $500 million to fix the Herbert Hoover Dike and Lake Okeechobee. Lake Okeechobee. We fixed it up good, Mr. Mayor. We did a good job. We will now compete with this project, and we're way ahead. You know, we are way ahead, about 3 years, I think, ahead of schedule from what the original time of completion was going to be. And I'm in particular happy with what we've done on Lake Okeechobee. I know it well. I know it well. Everyone said that one couldn't be done, Ron. You know that, right? They said it would never happen. You'll never get it funded. It's a big deal, and it's all gotten done, including the tide is gone. It will be gone, finally, from all of the problems that they've had with it. We've expanded funding for the Everglades restoration by over 55% compared to 4 years ago. And I also want to thank the Army Corps of Engineers for their vital work on the C-44 reservoir and the help. They are unbelievable. One thing, when they build it, I said, you know, you could do it a little bit less expensive than that. The walls don't have to be 7 feet thick. They could be like 2 feet thick. But you know, when the Army Corps of Engineers do it, they do it right. That's one thing I can tell you. We're building the wall along Mexico, between Mexico and the United States. We're over 300 miles now of wall, and that's a serious wall. That's a wall that's meant to last and meant to work. But that'll help revitalize the wetlands in the St. Lucie River estuary and the Indian River Lagoon. Oh. Whoa, that's pretty good. We hit home with that one, huh? But today I have a very important announcement. I don't know if it's bigger than the things we just announced and the things that we've already done or we're in the process of completing. In a few moments, I will sign a presidential order extending the moratorium on offshore drilling on Florida's Gulf Coast and expanding it to Florida's Atlantic coast as well as the coasts of Georgia and South Carolina. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I guess you like that one the best of all. This action follows close consultation with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He's been unbelievable. Florida Senators Marco Rubio and Rick Scott, they've worked so hard, as well as South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham and Tim Scott. Lindsey, thank you. Lindsey liked the idea right from the beginning. I said, what do you think? It took you how long? About 2 seconds to say, I like it. The governor of South Carolina, a great man and a really great governor, Henry McMaster. And I also want to thank the governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp. He's doing a fantastic job. And a senator who, from day one, he's been with me, Senator David Perdue, Georgia. And Senator Kelly Loeffler, and Congressman Doug Collins, and South Carolina State Representative Nancy Mace. Again, I want to thank you all. Incredible. Thanks to my administration's pro-American energy policies, we can take this step and the next step while remaining the #1 producer of oil and natural gas anywhere in the world. We're the largest producer now in the world by far. We're #1 in the world, and we are energy independent, which is a nice With fracking, the shale revolution, and the tremendous surge in American energy production, we're showing that we can create jobs, safeguard the environment, and keep energy prices low for America and low for our citizens. And you see that. You also see it when you pump the gas into your car and you're paying sometimes a lot less than $2 lately, right? So we're doing well. And we have so much of it, I don't know. We got more than anybody ever thought possible, right? Isn't it really incredible what's happened? The approach of Joe Biden and the radical left is exactly the opposite. Their policies will destroy jobs, cause energy prices to double and triple and quadruple, to skyrocket beyond belief, and the environment will be badly hurt. If you go by that, badly, badly hurt, it'll be injured and permanently injured. And very importantly, they'll take away our energy independence, and they'll do it quickly, and they won't even know what happened to them. We're dealing with some smart customers. They know exactly what to do, and they don't like it when we're energy independent. They don't like it at all. So it's been a really amazing thing for Florida from the environmental standpoint, and I have to tell you, from the energy standpoint and from a very important level of cost. You're at a level of cost now with your electric and with so many other things caused and created by energy and fuel, the likes of which you haven't seen in 30 years. As president, I'll defend our environment, I'll defend our workers and our cherished way of life. Last month, I signed the Great American Outdoors Act, the most significant investment in our national parks in over a century, since Teddy Roosevelt. Teddy Roosevelt. You know, they came to my office, a lot of the senators that I just introduced, and Ron and everybody, they came to my office, they said that this will make us and make you the #1 environmental president since Teddy Roosevelt. I said, that sounds good, because I wasn't going to do it. I figured, you know, let's not do it. But when they said that, that was like a challenge. So I said, well, why does it only have to go back to Teddy Roosevelt, which is over 100 years? Why can't we say from George Washington, right from the beginning? They said, well, we're not quite there yet, but one other bill like this will be there, Lindsay. You know that, right? But it's true. #1 since Teddy Roosevelt. Who would have thought? Trump is the great environmentalist. Do you hear that, Ed? Do you hear that? That's good. And I am. I believe strongly in it. Through this legislation, we're providing nearly $10 billion for long-delayed maintenance projects in our national parks, and Florida's helped as much as anybody and maybe more. My administration has fully or partially cleaned up 61 EPA Superfund pollution sites that were rotting all over our country, far more than Obama and Biden, no matter how far you go back, more than any administration. Since my inauguration, we've recovered more endangered or threatened species than any other administration has accomplished in its first term. Earlier this year, I announced that the United States would join the 1 Trillion Trees Initiative. We already have 1 billion trees pledged to be planted, and it's moving very rapidly. We've opened land and expanded access to over 4 million acres of public lands for hunting and fishing, including over 200,000 acres in Florida. My sons will be very happy to hear that. As the last administration pursued its globalist agenda abroad, they were all over the place. They were everywhere but here in our country. They were taking care of other lands, countries that you never heard of, they were taking care of. And they didn't do a good job there either. They neglected the fundamentals of public health right here in the United States, right here in our home. My administration is focused on ensuring crystal clean air and water. Under my administration, we've seen a significant drop in air pollution since 2017, a very significant drop for the first time in nearly 30 years. We are strengthening standards to prevent vulnerable children from being exposed to lead and copper in drinking water, including in our schools. They were exposed to lead and copper in drinking water. We've done some job with that. That was an important one. And we've invested over $38 billion in drinking water infrastructure to care for our children. I'm committed to ensuring the United States has the cleanest air and cleanest water on earth. The contrast between our vision and the radical left has never been more clear. They talk a big game and they do nothing. That's really what it is, too. They talk and talk the environment. They talk and talk. Nothing happens. It's all talk. It's all words and no action. You ever hear that? To our political opponents, environmental policy is just an excuse to advance a socialist platform that will impose trillions and trillions of dollars in new taxes and send our jobs overseas, making it impossible to open up new companies and to live less expensively. Your energy costs would be 4, 5, sometimes even under scenarios 10 times more expensive, and really you wouldn't even have energy. To my administration, environmental protection is a sacred obligation, and so it is our duty to fight for the dreams and livelihoods of the citizens we serve, and to the citizens of Florida that I know so well and that I love. This is my home. This is my home. We're rapidly restoring the greatest economy in history. We created the greatest economy in the history of our country. And then we had to close it up when the China plague came in. We closed it up We saved millions of lives. We banned highly infected China from coming in. It was highly infected. The people were highly infected. Wuhan province, we banned them. Nobody said do it. Everybody said I shouldn't do it. Biden said don't do it. 3 months later, he admitted I was right. But we banned people. We would have lost hundreds of thousands more. But we would have lost millions if we didn't close it up. And now we open it up, and we're setting records at every single level. So we're maintaining that pristine resource of beautiful, clean environment at every single community in Florida and all over the country. We'll always defend the Everglades, and we will always safeguard the magnificent Florida coastline. We'll expand access for fishermen and sportsmen. We'll uphold your right to hunt, and we will protect your right to keep and bear arms, your Second Amendment. And I can tell you this, if Joe Biden gets in, he'll have nothing to say about it. He's not, let's face it, Joe's shot. If Joe Biden gets in, your Second Amendment is gone. It's gone. Either obliterated to a point of being gone or gone itself, okay? You will not have a Second Amendment. And the pressure put on me in the last 4 years to make massive changes to the Second Amendment, which would have really rendered it worthless. Ron knows. The pressure put on me, very few people would have been able to withstand that pressure. They would have made big, big cuts and big changes. Your Second Amendment will remain powerful, will remain strong, will remain with you. We will reshore our critical supply chains, and we will bring back jobs and factories from China and other foreign polluters. And everything we do will be guided by our love of this state, its people, and its priceless natural treasures. It's a great state. From its breathtaking beaches to its shimmering bays, from its vast marshes, all those beautiful marshes, marshlands, to its wild forests, there is truly no place on earth like the great state of Florida. And I can tell you, I am so happy to have helped, because when I was first elected, you had things that were in such bad shape, and now they're fixed or being fixed at a cost of a lot of money. But they're either fixed or being fixed, and soon they'll be in better condition than they were the day they were built, which was many, many decades ago. We have things that were built a long time ago that were in a state of disrepair that you wouldn't believe. As long as I'm President of the United States, we will conserve this wondrous national inheritance. From Key West to Key Biscayne, from Tampa to Tallahassee, from the Pensacola, beautiful Pensacola. I love Pensacola. I think it was 97%. That's one of the reasons I like it. They say, how'd you do in Pensacola? I said, was that maybe 95, 97? Right up there, so that helps. It's amazing how that can help, isn't it? Right here to Jupiter, which I know very well. We'll preserve this glorious land for our children, for our grandchildren, and for every generation of American to come. And I will now sign this order. It's an order that does so much for the state of Florida. It's an order that I'm so proud to sign. I've been talking about this with Ron and with all of the people I've mentioned for a long time. And I said, we want to get it done. And this protects your beautiful Gulf and your beautiful ocean, and it will for a long time to come. So congratulations to Florida and Georgia and South Carolina and, frankly, North Carolina. But I want to just thank everybody for being here, and this is a true honor for me to sign this order. Thank you very much.
Mr. Dylan Sophus, and the regimental commander, Mr. Troy Smith, will now present a gift on behalf of the Corps of Cadets.
Mr. Vice President, we're honored by your visit here today, and as a token of our gratitude, we'd like to present you with this gift on behalf of the Virginia Military Institute. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. Well, dear Superintendent, General P., the President of the VMI Board of Visitors, Bill Boland, members of the board, Mayor Frank Friedman, active duty men and women, and all those who've worn the uniform of the United States, VMI cadets, and even you rats, it is great to be here to honor the Virginia Military Institute. Thank you for that warm welcome. And it's also, as General P just said, it's also a particular honor to be here with two distinguished VMI graduates from the class of 1996. The first, a former Army Special Operations, captain of the 75th Ranger Regiment, deployed to Afghanistan during the invasion after 9/11, and now he's the Secretary of the Army. Would you join me in welcoming VMI's own Secretary Ryan McCarthy? Ryan, would you stand up? And another member of the class of 1996. He was a Green Beret. He served multiple tours in Afghanistan and Africa. A 4-time Bronze Star recipient who's actually still serving as a colonel in the National Guard. But he's also serving as a member of the United States House of Representatives from the great state of Florida. Would you join me in giving a warm VMI welcome back to Congressman Mike Waltz? It's an honor to be here with all of you, with all the distinguished Americans who are with us today, and to be among so many friends. And speaking of friends of mine, allow me to bring greetings from another friend of mine, who I told this morning that I was headed to VMI, and I think he sounded just a little bit jealous. So allow me to bring greetings from a great champion of all the men and women of our armed forces and our veterans. I bring greetings from the 45th President of the United States of America, President Donald Trump. You know, it's an honor to be here at VMI, our nation's first state-supported military college. It's really amazing to think about the tradition of which you are a part. For 181 years, this institution has been training up citizen soldiers who are educated, confident, capable leaders who have a love of learning and a high sense of public service. Every one of you participates in the ROTC all 4 years you're here. And I'm actually told that more than half of your 2020 class were commissioned in the armed forces of the United States, and that members of the VMI student body today are currently pursuing commissions in every single branch of our armed forces. So on behalf of your future Commander-in-Chief and on behalf of a grateful nation, thank you for stepping forward to learn at VMI and to all of you who are leaning in to wearing the uniform of the United States, thank you for stepping forward for America. You know, in 1785, Abigail Adams exhorted her son and future President John Quincy Adams with the following words. She said, and I quote, "Your country will one day call for your services, either in the cabinet or field. Qualify yourself to do honor to her." Those words of admonition are exactly what each one of you are doing here at VMI. For whether in the cabinet or in the field, as civilians or commissioned officers, here at VMI, you are qualifying yourselves to do honor to your families and your country. In fact, I think it's safe to say that no better word captures the spirit of this storied place through its 181 years than the word honor. So says your legendary code, a code you live by every day. At VMI, honor is at the core of what you do. And thanks to the extraordinary education and training you are learning here today, honor will be the central characteristic of who you become. A brief look at your storied alumni proves that. These hallowed halls have produced no less than 290 flag officers, legendary leaders like civil rights martyr Jonathan M. Daniels, Marshall Plan architect and Nobel Prize winner General George C. Marshall, and 7 Medal of Honor recipients. You have quite a heritage to live up to, but I know each and every one of you intend to live by honor and live a life of honor, just like those that have gone before. And really, it's ultimately why I'm here today, on behalf of your president and a grateful nation. I came here just to pay honor to the great heritage of the Virginia Military Institute, and to all the men and women who have passed through these hallways to either serve in the uniform of the United States or serve their nation by other means. And all the days to do so. It's humbling for me to stand before you today in this historic place, the day before September 11th. 19 years ago tomorrow, America changed forever. It's remarkable to reflect that an entire generation of Americans, including many of you, have now been born, raised, and entered adulthood who never experienced that day. But for those of us who lived through that day, it will never be just another day on the calendar. It will always be a day we never forget. Tomorrow, the hearts and prayers of the American people will once again be focused on the nearly 3,000 families who lost loved ones on that day of fire and sorrow. For many, that day shattered our sense of safety and security in the homeland. As a new member of Congress, I'll never forget where I was, just off Capitol Hill, when I heard that the towers were struck in New York City. I'll never forget walking out of that office building across from the U.S. Capitol and literally seeing what had that morning been a clear blue sky over our nation's capital, literally filled with billows of smoke, dark brown and black smoke rising out of the Pentagon. Our nation suffered great loss that day. VMI lost 2 of its own on that day. One was a civilian, Charles Mather, class of 1961. His office was inside the World Trade Center, and he was lost when the towers collapsed. The other was a sailor, Lieutenant Commander David Williams, who was at his desk in the Pentagon that morning. As a cadet in 1991, I'm told that David wrote an article remembering the lives of 2 alumni who had perished in Operation Desert Storm. He wrote that VMI would never forget their names, that they would be carved on a wall here for all time. Exactly 10 years later, David Williams would have his own name added to that wall in this storied place. Another VMI alumni, Jim Spellman, class of 1985, actually was there with everything he learned here at VMI to help the city of New York, the people of New York, and our nation recover in the aftermath of that terrible attack. I'm told he was in his office across the street from the World Trade Center when the planes hit the towers. And after they came down, his VMI training kicked in. He didn't run away from the chaos. He ran toward it. For more than a week, he helped first responders sift through the rubble in the hope of recovering survivors. As a new member of Congress, I'll never forget traveling with a large delegation of elected officials. We made our way in just a week and a few days after 9/11. We made our way there to Ground Zero to see an enormous mountain of debris and literally every building around covered with ash, turned into some nightmarish black and white photograph. But it was there that he labored. We're told that exhaustion overtook him on a particularly hard shift as they were working around the clock to find anyone that may have survived, anyone that might have been trapped in that mountain of debris. I'm told that that VMI graduate paused. He wondered if he could keep going. But he would later say that he reflected back on how VMI had prepared him for life. He took off his hard hat, pulled a Sharpie from his pocket, and he wrote on that hard hat a line I think you all know pretty well. Never say die, VMI. And he put the hat back on and went right back to work. Jim Spellman is emblematic of the character that you learn here at VMI. And I'm told that hat is now in the VMI Museum as a tribute. And not just his service, but the extraordinary courage and generosity of first responders and other Americans who came to the aid of those that were struck that day. And most importantly, in the proud tradition of VMI, in the wake of that day 19 years ago, tomorrow many of your alumni answered the call to defend this nation, put on the uniform of the United States. I'll never forget when I went home from Capitol Hill that day. They'd closed all the roads, but that Marine son of mine was about 6 years old. Our girls were younger. I found a way to get across the Potomac River to go home to be with my family, give them comfort before we went back to the work of the nation that day. I'll never forget, as we talked as a family around a little kitchen table, I tried to reassure my children that everything was going to be okay. I started to walk out the kitchen door to go back to Capitol Hill, where meetings were already underway to support our nation's response. And my daughter Audrey, my youngest, a recent law school graduate and a very insistent type, even at age 5. She said, "Dad, I have a question." And I said, "Audrey, I have to go. I have to leave." She said, "No, Daddy, I have a question." I said, "Honey, I have to get back. I've got meetings. I have to get back to the Capitol." And she stomped her feet and said, "I have a question." I went down on one knee and I looked at her and I said, "What?" And she said, "If we have to make a war, do you have to go?" I put my arms around her and I hugged her and I said, honey, Daddy's too old. It's hard for me to recite that story without emotion. Because it was in that moment on that day, General, that I thought of those who did have to go. And I've thought of them every day since. Incredible generation of heroes that stepped into the gap and took the fight to our enemies on their soil. There were heroes from VMI in that generation. Many. In fact, there would be 12 who paid the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom, who fell in Iraq and Afghanistan. They bore the burden of that day. They hugged their moms and their dads. They hugged their family members goodbye. And they went home to eternity. And we will never forget or fail to honor the graduates of this institution and all of those who have served and fallen in the service of the United States of America. We are grateful to them, the generation of which you are a part, the generation that has defended this nation lo these last 19 years. And it hasn't just happened. It's been because of the sacrifices that our armed forces are made, the vigilance of law enforcement here in this nation, because we took the fight to the enemy. Your generation has been a part of the fact that we will reach that 19th anniversary of that dark day, having had no major terrorist attack on American soil since. It's truly extraordinary. It's a credit to everything that you're learning here. So I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to those 12 looking on from eternity. I want to say thank you to all those who put on the uniform from VMI and have served in this generation of heroes. You have made America safer every day. So I came to say thank you, to commend all of you for stepping forward to embrace the kind of education that you're learning here, to keep open the opportunity to serve your country in new ways in the days ahead. You know, as the father of a Marine Corps captain and the father-in-law of a Navy lieutenant who's currently deployed, serving overseas, I couldn't be more proud to be vice president to a president who cares so deeply about the men and women of our armed forces and their families. It's true. Four years ago, we inherited a military that had been hollowed out by devastating budget cuts. Our troops hadn't seen a significant pay raise in nearly 10 years. Our military lacked the equipment and the readiness to have the greatest fighting force in the history of the world to meet any moment. Our NATO allies weren't meeting their commitments to our common defense. Iran was resurgent across the Middle East. And the terrorist organization of ISIS controlled a land mass larger than Pennsylvania. But all that changed when President Donald Trump stepped into the White House. With our strong allies in Congress, this president rebuilt our military. We provided for our active duty military personnel the largest pay raise in nearly 10 years. And President Donald Trump signed the largest increase in our national defense since the days of Ronald Reagan. We've rebuilt our military. In fact, we didn't just rebuild our military, restore the arsenal of democracy, give our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guard the resources and the support that they need to accomplish their mission and defend our nation every day. This president actually, with a vision to the future and our national security challenges, President Donald Trump created the first new branch of our armed forces in 70 years, the United States Space Force. Sounds like we got a few future members in the Space Force with us today. You know, thanks to President Trump, I'm also proud to report our military is now more equipped than ever before. Just in the last 3.5 years, 300 new tanks, nearly 500 new F-35 fighter jets on the way, 21 more deployable ships since Election Day 2016, and another 59 are on the way. We've upgraded our tanks, our artillery, our rocket systems. We've bolstered our fleet of attack helicopters and fighter planes. In a very real sense, we've made the strongest military in the history of the world stronger still. And all this matters. All this matters because President Donald Trump and I know the truth of that ancient wisdom, that if you want peace, prepare for war. The American people know that weakness arouses evil, and a strong America deters it. And to this Commander-in-Chief, we have peace through strength. President Trump is the first president in decades not to get America into a new war. President Trump has shown that greater peace and stability requires just two things: a strong American military and a president who is willing to act to defend America's interests all over the world. And that's exactly what President Trump did when we took the fight to radical Islamic terrorists on our terms on their soil. In the last 3.5 years, the direction of their Commander-in-Chief, the armed forces of the United States, captured the last inch of territory controlled by ISIS, crushed their caliphate, and took down their leader without one American casualty. That's what this president demonstrated when he held firm on the red line. America had said that if Syria used chemical weapons against innocent civilians, that there would be consequences. That red line was ignored before President Trump arrived at the White House. But when the Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad used chemical weapons against his own people, President Donald Trump responded with overwhelming force and cruise missiles to back down that dictator from using chemical weapons against innocent civilians. And while the last administration sent Iran pallets of cash, President Trump took us out of the Iran nuclear deal, imposed the strongest sanctions on the leading state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and when the most dangerous terrorists on the planet threatened American forces, President Donald Trump gave the order to take out Iran's top general, and Qasem Soleimani is gone. For all of those gathered here who will answer the call to serve, for our active duty military who are among us and looking on, I can tell you firsthand, in President Donald Trump, you have a Commander-in-Chief who will always have your back. And with that strong commitment to our national defense and a willingness to use American power to advance American security and interests, our allies are stepping up as never before. I'm proud to report Under the President's leadership, our NATO allies have already increased their contribution to our common defense by $130 billion. They're projected to rise to $400 billion in just a few short years. And from the standpoint of American strength, we've seen a growing alliance of Middle Eastern countries who are helping to contain Iranian aggression as never before. It all began when the President kept a promise that 4 previous presidents has made. Literally 4 presidents in both political parties had made a promise to our most cherished ally. But it was President Donald Trump who kept that promise when he moved the American embassy to Jerusalem, the capital of the state of Israel. That was a demonstration of our commitment to our cherished ally Israel, but it was also a demonstration of our commitment to peace. And in fact, just a few short weeks ago, you could see that that decision set the stage that for the first time in 26 years, an Arab country has recognized the Jewish state of Israel, and they will be in the Rose Garden next week to sign that agreement. That's leadership. And thanks to the President's leadership, a more peaceful Middle East is within our sights. A more peaceful world is within our sights. And that's a world in which brave young men and women like those gathered here will be called upon to maintain the peace and not contain the chaos. As President Trump said, and I quote, "The dignity, daring, and devotion of the American military is unrivaled anywhere in history and any place in the world." That's why our President has stood with the men and women of our armed forces and our veterans. Not just with words, but with deeds. I can tell you firsthand, our President reveres the men and women of our armed forces. Restoring the arsenal of democracy, rebuilding our military, supporting our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Coast Guard, modernizing our forces, creating the Space Force is all a reflection of the esteem with which your President, this Vice President, and our entire administration hold all of you who aspire to and all of you who serve in the uniform of the United States. That's true. And we've worked to make sure that after your service is done, that we've brought reforms to the VA. That now that, thanks to the President's leadership, we ended years of scandal at the VA. Now, the VA itself has more than a 90% approval rating, and Veterans Choice is now available to every veteran in America. So it's been about deeds. It's been about supporting our military and our veterans. But I've also seen this President's heart. I've seen this President's heart in countless private moments where I've been able to be at his side. I literally have watched it. After an address at Arlington National Cemetery on Memorial Day, when I walked with the President through the grounds, I saw him approach a bereaved mother who was there on that day of days, flowers in hand, who just looked her President in the eye and asked him to always remember the name of her son, Jimmy. And I saw this President assure her that he would. I've been there in the Oval Office. The President's on the phone with families of our fallen, making the calls, expressing not only his sympathy, but the deepest sympathies of the American people, paying a debt of honor that we can never fully repay. I've seen it at Dover Air Force Base. Been there with the family when our heroes have come home. It's a deeply humbling time to walk into the family center, to walk up to families, but I've seen this president again and again embrace families, speak of their heroic fallen. And I can tell you, President Donald Trump reveres and honors the members of our armed forces and their families. And God bless them all. Abigail Adams said it. Your country will one day call for your services, either in the cabinet or the field. So qualify yourself to do honor to her. You know, over the course of my life, I've concluded that the three most important qualities in any human endeavor are humility, orientation to authority, and self-control. And as I prepare to leave you, I thought I might offer some of that admonition as you continue your academic career here and continue to lead lives of consequence and leadership and service. Now, many of you will enter the service as officers, while others will serve as leaders in other capacities, and these principles apply whatever your calling is in life. So first and foremost, I'd encourage you to approach your calling with humility. Consider others as more important than yourself. Take care of the men and women that are serving alongside you. Approach every problem as a listener. As was written long ago in the words of the Nazarene, wherever you go, wherever you lead, go not to be served, but to serve. Be a servant leader. And it all begins with humility. And those of you who serve and those of you who are called perhaps someday into conflict should have the same attitude. Have the humility to listen. It's the essence of strong leadership. Secondly, I encourage you to embrace orientation to authority. Respect the unified chain of command. Submit yourself to the authorities placed over you. Trust your superiors. Trust your orders. And through your actions, you will help inspire those you are leading to be better leaders as well. To be a good leader, you must first learn to be a good follower. And finally, practice self-control, something you all at VMI know a little bit about. There's an old proverb that says, like a city whose walls are broken down, it's a man who lacks self-control. Now, all of you are going through rigorous years of training here at VMI. So I just challenge you in the years ahead, don't lose that. Discipline is the foundation of all accomplishment. Be an example of self-discipline to the men and women you lead, whether you answer a calling of leadership in civilian life or in our armed forces. Your discipline will say more about you than your words ever could. To lead others, you must first lead yourself. Now, I'm told VMI's seal depicts virtue standing in victory over a defeated tyrannical foe. I submit that self-discipline is the wellspring of that victory. It's a virtue that you should cultivate here at VMI. Not just for a few years, but for a lifetime of accomplishment. And I'm absolutely confident if you develop and maintain these virtues on an increasing basis in your life, like so many generations who have passed through these hallways before, you will lead lives of consequence and distinction. I promise you. And lastly, I want to challenge you to be men and women of integrity. People follow people that they trust. And so as you're busy about your lives, as you're making your plans, as you're involved in your studies, take time to develop the inner man and the inner woman. Develop the qualities of character that, again, are the foundation of leadership. You know, I truly do believe if you want to make a difference, be different. It all begins with taking the time to invest in yourself and develop the habits of heart and mind that will pour a foundation in your life. So be men and women of integrity. Leaders of integrity. Leaders who, in the words of your motto, in peace a glorious asset, in war a tower of strength. That's from whence it comes. And never forget. Never forget, even on the long days here at VMI and the days of challenge and the days occasionally where you wonder if you can continue to go on. Just remember the blessing of being at a place like this. And remember, to whom much is given, much will be required. VMI is providing you an extraordinary education and training in character and leadership. Your parents and your teachers are pouring a strong foundation in your life here. Stand on that foundation and build not just a career, not just a calling, but build a life that'll serve this nation for generations to come. Because now more than ever, America needs leaders like VMI to lead our nation forward. So thank you. Thank you for the privilege of being with you today. It's the greatest honor of my life to serve as your vice president. And I thank you for the warm welcome. On behalf of your president and a grateful nation, I just came to say we're proud of you. We're behind you. We honor the learning that you've responded to here. We honor the calling that so many of you are pursuing. And we'll always be grateful. And I leave here today confident that so long as America produces men and women like the cadets of VMI, men and women who are willing and able to stand up and defend our nation and build lives of consequences, I know the best days for America are yet to come. So thank you, and God bless you. God bless the United States of America. And never say die, VMI.
Good morning, and welcome to Flight 93 National Memorial. My name is Stephen Clark, and I have the honor of serving as the superintendent at this very special place. The National Park Service is honored and deeply humbled to serve as the steward of this 2,200-acre memorial dedicated in the memory of 40 amazing heroes. On this day, 19 years ago, the passengers and crew members of Flight 93 bonded together and prevented their hijacked airplane from reaching its intended target, Washington, D.C., a mere 18 minutes flying time from this sacred ground behind me, which today marks their final resting place. Their sacrifice that morning saved an untold number of lives. Since that September day, these special people have always been remembered as heroes to America and around the world. The passengers and crew members at Flight 93 continue to be a testament to the best of humankind, showing incredible strength and resilience in response to an unprecedented set of challenging circumstances. We remember, and again today, on this special day, come together once again to honor them. Mr. President, our First Lady, Secretary Bernhardt, welcome back to this very special place. To Secretary Chow, representing the Department of Transportation, to members of Congress, our township, county, state, and federal officials, and to the many Flight 93 National Memorial ambassadors here with us this morning, welcome. To so many who are unable to be with us this morning and who are watching this ceremony remotely from around this nation and from around the world, welcome. Please know you are all with us in spirit. And to the families of Flight 93, those here this morning and those unable to attend, we honor your loved one's sacrifice, and we will be eternally grateful. It is truly powerful that we can come together on this day as a nation, pause, and take the time to honor those we lost on the morning of September 11th, here at Flight 93, at the Pentagon, and in New York. I would invite you all to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please remain standing following the pledge for a moment of reflection led by Reverend Stephen McEwen, who served as the chaplain for the FBI Pittsburgh Division on September 11th and continues to serve in this role today. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing.
Let us pray. Most merciful God, as we gather here, 19 years has passed since the sacrifice of those we remember today. With them too are all the agencies and people involved. And we pray too for those who have become ill from being here, and those as time has passed also died, simply by doing their investigation. We bring especially and commit to your care all the families who lost someone that day, whose life was forever changed, and whose faith was deeply challenged. Those of us who were present know in our hearts something of that pain and suffering. As the years pass, may these families here and throughout the world know one never gets over it, but by your mighty help gets through it. And so we commit this different kind of gathering to you. And we ask in all our hearts that you will bless and sanctify this place, that all who visit experience something of your love and presence, that it is a holy place where mingled with the sadness there is a feeling of victory and the eternal knowledge that all are forevermore in your presence and share in your resurrection life. And may these words of the Celtic prayer remain in our hearts. Circle us, O God, keep hope within and despair without. Circle us, O God, keep peace within, keep turmoil out. Circle us, O God, keep calm within, keep storms without. Circle us, O God, keep strength within, keep weakness out. In your most holy name we pray. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. About this time, 19 years ago, 40 individuals, mostly strangers, were coming to the realization and formulating a plan that they needed to take action. By this point in the morning, many aboard Flight 93 were aware that the World Trade Center and the Pentagon had been struck by airliners. Galvanized with this information, these strangers came together in this national moment of uncertainty. Their choice to make a difference that morning has continued to resonate with people around the globe. It is fitting that we take this moment to pause and remember those individuals who unknowingly sacrificed their own lives and saved the lives of countless others at 10:03 a.m. when United Airlines Flight 93 impacted the Earth. The site of the impact now marked with a boulder. As we reflect this morning on the 40 passengers and crew members, I welcome my former colleague, Mary Jane Hartman, who recently retired as the Chief of Interpretation, Education, and Visitor Services here at Flight 93 National Memorial, to lead the reading of their names. As each name is read, Andrea Damon and Roy Caven, both retired FBI special agents and respective senior team leaders for the Pittsburgh and Cleveland divisions of the evidence response teams on September 11th, will ring the bells of remembrance in their memory.
Christian Adams. Lorraine G. Bay. Todd M. Beamer. Alan Anthony Bevan. Mark Bingham. Diora Frances Bodley. Sandy Waugh Bradshaw. Marion R. Britton. Thomas E. Burnett, Jr. William Joseph Cashman. Georgine Rose Corrigan. Patricia Cushing. Captain Jason M. Dahl. Joseph DeLuca. Patrick Joseph Driscoll. Edward Porter Felt. Jane C. Folger. Colleen L. Fraser. Andrew Sonny Garcia. Jeremy Logan Glick. Kristen Osterholm White Gould. Lauren Catuzzi Grancolis and unborn child. Wanda Anita Green. Donald Freeman Green. Linda Gronland. Richard J. Guadagno. First Officer Leroy Homer. Toshia Kuge. Cece Ross Lyles. Hilda Marson. Waleska Martinez. Nicole Carol Miller. Louis J. Nackey II. Donald Arthur Peterson. Jean Hoadley Peterson. Mark David Rothenberg. Christine Ann Snyder. John Talignani. Honor Elizabeth Wainio. Deborah Jacobs Welsh.
Please join me in a moment of silence as we conclude this moment of remembrance. Thank you. This morning, I am honored to introduce Mr. Ed Root. Mr. Root currently serves as the Vice President for the families of Flight 93. He is joined on stage today by his wife, Nancy. Ed's cousin, Lorraine Grace Bay, was a senior flight attendant on Flight 93. Those closest to Ed know of his personal passion for sharing the history of the American Civil War as both an author and historian. He served on the jury to select the winning design of the Flight 93 National Memorial in 2005, and since 2006, Ed has served on the board of directors for the families of Flight 93. Throughout the memorial's creation, Mr. Root has served on numerous committees within the Flight 93 National Memorial Partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ed Root.
Mr. President, Mrs. Trump, Father McEwen, Secretary Bernhardt, Steve, and my wife Nancy. Honored guest, family members and friends, thank you for attending today's commemoration. A common field one day, a field of honor forever. All of us who are of a certain age certainly remember that September morning when a darkness enveloped a beautiful late summer day that changed our collective lives. As the days passed and we tried to make sense of it all, some of us as family members of the heroes of Flight 93 began to come to this place. We came as strangers, strange land. We knew not each other. We knew not the members of this wonderful community. On the first anniversary of that tragic day, a large number of family members gathered to commemorate, to remember. We were housed and traveled together in that first annual ceremony in a convoy of buses. At the moment, we were beginning to know each other a little bit, to learn a little bit more about the men and women who shared those last moments of life on Flight 93. As we traveled through Somerset and Shanksville, We were surprised as traffic stopped and law enforcement and others stood and saluted as our buses passed. Many of us were taken aback as we did not feel we personally deserved such honors. This day, we as family members have been treated by local, state, federal officials, the public at large, with a respect that is sometimes awkward. We as family members do represent the heroes of Flight 93. This is and has been our only goal, to honor and remember them. This magnificent memorial, established unanimously by Congress in 2002, dedicated to the proposition that all who visit this place remember the collective act of courage and sacrifice of the passengers and crew, revere this hallowed ground as the final resting place of those heroes, and reflect on the power of individuals who choose to make a difference. We thank the National Park Service and the multitude of volunteers and friends who relate the story of the 40 heroes of Flight 93. It's been 19 years, but sometimes it seems like yesterday. The wounds never truly close completely. The memories of our loved ones linger like a mist or a soft breeze. It could be a song, a special date, a holiday, an article of clothes, a photograph, a name, and it all comes tumbling back. Some of us have crossed over the river, and a new generation has joined our family circle. It has been 19 years, and those too young or unborn on that fateful September morning come to this place, an honor to learn. The realm of history is taking over from those of us who lived and suffered through that day. The image of those rushing into the flames in New York and Washington to save others, the co-workers who helped others at the risk to themselves, the men and women who rushed here but found no one to save. It is our responsibility as a nation to see that these actions are remembered. Our work is not done, it continues. We've watched this memorial grow from that common field. We've seen the multitude of items left by visitors at the early temporary memorials. Some of those items spoke with a logic that needed no explanation. A first responder, a law enforcement badge. Some spoke of continuing service and sacrifice, Purple Hearts, combat boots, infantrymen combat badges, items earned with blood, toil, tears, and sweat. Other items seemed possibly out of place, except that visitors felt the need to leave something of themselves. It might have been something found in a pocket. It might have been a child's toy. The heroes of Flight 93 had two elements that those on the other planes and those on the ground in Washington and New York did not possess. They had knowledge, not a lot, but enough. And they had time, not a lot, but enough. And they used that knowledge and they used that time to develop a plan and implement it. They were unable to save themselves, but they knew that unless they acted, many more would die. The men and women of Flight 93 came from different backgrounds and beliefs. They were mostly Americans, but also citizens of Japan, Germany, and New Zealand. They had one very important thing in common. They all came from a belief in a free society. Those who embrace a philosophy of terror have proven over and over that they will die for their cause. Their cause is death. They build nothing, they save nothing, they produce nothing. The cause of the heroes of Flight 93 was to save life, certainly their own if possible, but they knew the cause was greater than their own lives. It's been 19 years, a lifetime for some, but a twinkling of an eye in the realm of history. We must be diligent in protecting our freedoms. We must remember and we must honor those who rushed into the flames of buildings and into the cockpit of Flight 93. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. for sharing your thoughts today and for your ongoing advocacy for the families and this memorial. I'd like to now welcome Secretary David Bernhardt, the 53rd Secretary of the United States of Interior, which include, among many others, the National Park Service and the United States Fish and Wildlife Service. Secretary Bernhardt has been a steadfast supporter to Flight 93 National Memorial and directly offered departmental support to this special place to ensure the final realization and completion of the 40 wind chimes at the Tower of Voices. We truly appreciate your support, Mr. Secretary, and thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Secretary of the Interior, Mr. David Bernhardt.
Thank you, Superintendent Clark. The Department of the Interior, through the National Park Service, is entrusted to serve as the steward and the guardian of our national parks, our monuments, and battlefields. And each site helps tell America's story, a rich and incredible story. The places we steward and protect often highlight exceptional action by incredible individuals, but none more so than this site, dedicated to 40 heroes. Our sites would not tell their rich stories without the dedicated employees of the National Park Service, who I want to thank for working so closely with the families of Flight 93 over the last few weeks to bring this 19th observance to fruition. Thank you. Last night, I had the incredible privilege to join some of you to participate in the chimes dedication ceremony. While there, I had an opportunity to listen to Patrick White and Gordon Felt eloquently describe the incredible reality of 40 strangers from diverse walks of life, thrown together by chance, each recognizing the challenge they faced, together uniting for a common purpose and a greater good, and then acting with dispatch and resolve against those who wished to attack our great nation. All of these events occurring over such a short period of time is absolutely incredible. Later, as I walked with Pat and Gordon up the pathway to the base of the Tower of Voices, I reflected on a fact that I have come to know with certainty while serving in President Trump's administration. And that fact is this: throughout my tenure, I have witnessed that this president has incredible confidence in and respect for the greatness of the American people. This confidence in the greatness of the American people has led him to find unity when it was not expected. It has led him to make strides forward for our country when no one thought possible, time and time again. I do not believe anyone could believe in the goodness of our country and our heroes more. And therefore, it is my tremendous honor and privilege to introduce the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, David, very much. It's a great honor to be with you. 19 years ago on this day, at this very hour on this field, 40 brave men and women triumphed over terror and gave their lives in defense of our nation. Their names and their stories are forever inscribed on the eternal roll call of American heroes. Today we pay tribute to their sacrifice, and we mourn deeply for the nearly 3,000 precious and beautiful souls who were taken from us on September 11th, 2001. To the family members of Flight 93, today every heartbeat in America is wedded to yours. Your pain and anguish is the shared grief of our whole nation. The memory of your treasured loved ones will inspire America for all time to come. The heroes of Flight 93 are an everlasting reminder that no matter the danger, no matter the threat, no matter the odds, America will always rise up, stand tall, and fight back. To every 9/11 member all across this nation, the First Lady and I come to this hallowed ground, deeply aware that we cannot fill the void in your heart or erase the terrible sorrow of this day, the agony renewed, the nightmare relived, the wounds reopened, the last treasured words played over and over again in your minds. But while we cannot erase your pain, we can help to shoulder your burden. We promise that unwavering love that you so want and need, support, devotion, and the very special devotion of all Americans. On that September morning when America was under attack, the battle turned in the skies above this field. Soon after taking off from Newark, New Jersey, radical Islamic terrorists seized control of United 93. Other hijacked planes struck the North Tower of the World Trade Center, and then the South Tower, and then the Pentagon. The terrorists on Flight 93 had a fourth target in mind. It was called our nation's capital. They were just 20 minutes away from reaching their sinister objective. The only thing that stood between the enemy and a deadly strike at the heart of American democracy was the courage and resolve of 40 men and women, the amazing passengers and crew of Flight 93. Donald and Jean Peterson were grandparents traveling to vacation in California. Diora Bodley was a student headed back to college. Richard Wardagdo was returning from celebrating his grandmother's 100th birthday. Lauren Katosi Grincolas was 3 months pregnant with her first child. Every passenger and crew member on the plane had a life filled with love and joy, friends and family, radiant hopes, and limitless dreams. When the plane was hijacked, they called their families and learned that America was also under attack. Then they faced the most fateful moment of their lives. Through the heartache and the tears, they prayed to God. They placed their last calls home. They whispered the immortal words, "I love you." Today those words ring out across these sacred grounds, and they shine down on us from heaven above. When terrorists raced to destroy the seat of our democracy, the 40 of Flight 93 did the most American of things. They took a vote, and then they acted. Together they charged the cockpit. They confronted the pure evil, and in their last act on this earth, they saved our capital. In this Pennsylvania field, the 40 intrepid souls of Flight 93 died as true heroes. Their momentous deeds will outlive us all. In the days and weeks after 9/11, citizens of all faiths, background, colors, and creeds came together, prayed together, mourned together, and rebuilt together. The song, "God Bless America," became a rallying cry for the nation. We were united by our conviction that America was the world's most exceptional country, blessed with the most incredible heroes, and that this was a land worth defending with our very last breath. It was a unity based on love for our families, care for our neighbors, loyalty to our fellow citizens, pride in our great flag, gratitude for our police and first responders, faith in God, and a refusal to bend our will to the depraved forces of violence, intimidation, oppression, and evil. In New York, Arlington, and Shanksville, people raced into the suffocating smoke and rubble. At Ground Zero, the world witnessed the miracle of American courage and sacrifice. As ash rained down, police officers, first responders, and firefighters ran into the fires of hell. On that day, more than 400 first responders gave their lives, including 23 New York City police officers, 37 Port Authority workers, and 343 New York City firefighters. Today, we honor their extraordinary sacrifice and every first responder who keeps America safe. With us today is David D'Amato, a retired Chicago police officer and a current officer of the Navy Reserves. On 9/11, he drove from Chicago to Ground Zero. As David says, while the sights and smells of working at Ground Zero will forever be etched in my mind, what is more profound is the way this country came together afterwards. The police officers and firemen were revered as the heroes they truly are. The military was appreciated in a manner not seen in decades, and common people found new meaning in values like friendship, kindness, and selflessness. Thank you, David. Such beautiful words, and thank you to every member of law enforcement who risks their lives to ensure our safety and uphold our peace. This morning, we also remember the 183 people who were killed in the attack on the Pentagon and the remarkable service members who crawled straight through the raging blaze to rescue their comrades. We express our undying loyalty to the nearly 6 million young men and women who have enlisted in the United States Armed Forces since September 11th, 2001. More than 7,000 military heroes have laid down their lives since 9/11 to preserve our freedom. No words can express the summit of their glory or the infinite depth of our gratitude, but we will strive every single day to repay our immeasurable debt and prove worthy of their supreme sacrifice. America will never relent in pursuing terrorists that threaten our people. Less than 1 year ago, American warriors took out the savage killer and leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi. Soon after, our warriors ended the brutal reign of the Iranian butcher who murdered thousands of American service members. The world's top terrorist, Qasem Soleimani, is dead. Here in Shanksville, this community locked arms and hearts in the wake of tragedy. With us today is Chuck Wagner, a heavy equipment operator who lives just a few miles away. Very soon after the attack, Chuck helped search for the black box. He was so changed by what he experienced that he joined with several members of his church to become what they call ambassadors for the 40 men and women on Flight 93. Chuck and his neighbors learned about each person, cared for their families, and each day, rain or shine, they took shift standing vigil over their final resting place. Long before this place was a national memorial, back when it was marked by a simple wooden cross, Chuck and his fellow ambassadors were always here waiting to tell visitors about those we lost. 19 years later, Chuck says his life is devoted to three things: his family, his church, and preserving the memory of the men and women of Flight 93. to Chuck, his wife Jane, thank you very much. Thank you very much. To Chuck and his wife Jane, thank you so much for being here. And to the over 40 ambassadors with us today, please stand and receive America's thanks. And this is a very deep thanks, please. Thank you very much. Also with us is Marine veteran Jason Thomas from Long Island. On September 11th, Jason had just retired from the Marines, but he immediately put back on his uniform and raced into the nightmare of ash and debris. At Ground Zero, he found a fellow Marine, Dave Carnes. Together they began to call out, United States Marines, United States Marines. If you can hear us yell, tap, do whatever you can do with the United States Marines. Soon they heard a shout for help. 2 police officers were trapped beneath 20 feet of rubble. Jason and Dave dug for hours on end, knowing that at any moment the wreckage could come down on them, crushing them alive. At one point, someone told Jason to stop. Jason replied, I'm a Marine. I don't go back, I go forward. That day, Jason helped save the lives of those 2 officers. For years, Jason said nothing about what he did on 9/11. He did not even tell his 5 children. But when he saw a rescue recounted on TV, he decided to meet those officers. One of them gave him a gift, a steel cross made from a beam that Jason helped lift to free them from the hell on earth. As Jason said about the cross, it means a lot. It's a symbol of what we are as Americans, because that day we all came together and stood as a nation, as Americans. It didn't matter what race you were, what religion you were. It didn't matter. We all came together to help one another. I die for this country. I die for this country. Jason, thank you very much for bearing witness to the character of our nation. Jason, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jason. The men and women of Flight 93 were mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, husbands and wives. Nothing could have prepared them for the dreadful events of that morning. But when the moment came, when history called, they did not hesitate, they did not waver. 40 towering patriots rose up, took charge, made their stand, turned the tide, and changed the course of history forever. Our sacred task, our righteous duty, and our solemn pledge is to carry forward the noble legacy of the brave souls who gave their lives for us 19 years ago. In their memory, we resolve to stand united as one American nation, to defend our freedoms, to uphold our values, to love our neighbors, to cherish our country, to care for our communities, to honor our heroes, and to never, ever forget. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the heroes of Flight 93. God bless all of the families. 9/11, we'll never forget. God bless you all, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you so very much for those moving and inspirational words. As we conclude here this day together, we do indeed remember and honor the 40 passengers and crew members of Flight 93 in this special and unique ceremony. As we go our separate ways, may we carry the memory of how they came together on that day to make our nation and world a better place for all. At this time, I would like to ask all attendees to remain in their seats as we prepare for the ceremonial wreath laying. I would ask that the Flight 93 ambassadors and dignitaries remain seated immediately following the wreath laying ceremony to allow time and space for the families of Flight 93 to walk to the Wall of Names and through the ceremonial gate to the sacred ground. Once again, thank you all for joining us today to honor the memory of the passengers and crew of Flight 93. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a few moments ago, I hosted a historic call between Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel and King Hamad Al Khalifa of Bahrain. Both leaders expressed their condolences as well to the American people on this very, very tragic, horrible event that took place on September 11th. And they very much meant it. I want to thank them for that. There's no more powerful response to the hatred that spawned 9/11 than the agreement that we're about to tell you. You will hear something today that's, I think, very, very important for not only the Middle East, but for the world. In the spirit of peace and cooperation, both leaders also agreed that Bahrain will fully normalize its diplomatic relations with Israel. They will exchange embassies and ambassadors, begin direct flights between their countries, and launch cooperation initiatives across a broad range of sectors, including health, business, technology, education, security, and agriculture. This is a truly historic day. There had been 2 peace agreements with Israel in the last 72 years. This is now the 2nd peace agreement that we've announced in the last month, and I am very hopeful that there will be more to follow. I can tell you there's tremendous enthusiasm on behalf of other countries to also join, and we think ultimately you'll have
most countries join, and you're going to have the Palestinians in a very good position. They want to come in. They're going to want to come in because all of their friends are in. But we have tremendous enthusiasm for coming into the deal. I want to thank the group of very talented people behind me, and you're going to be hearing from them in a second. But it's just a very historic day, a very important day, and so interesting that it's on 9/11. It's such a great time. We didn't know this was going to happen in terms of the timing, but it did happen, and we're very honored by it. When I took office, the Middle East was in a state of absolute chaos. I've restored trust with our regional partners, and together we've eliminated the ISIS caliphate 100%, isolated the radicals who pervert Islam and sow instability. Today, nations across the region and throughout the world are joining together, united in their determination to build a better future, free from the evils which perpetuate terror. And I think you see that. I think you see that happening very, very strongly. I also spoke with King Salman of Saudi Arabia, and we talked about this, and he's a great gentleman, and what they've done in terms of fighting terror is a much different ballgame than it was before we attained this office. The fact is that Saudi Arabia was doing things that they're not doing anymore, and so are other countries and neighbors. They are doing things that they just would never have done. Their levels and their all of the things, all of the many elements of fighting and hate, they seem to be evaporating, and we'll find out very soon, but they seem to be evaporating. So things are happening in the Middle East that nobody thought was even possible to think about, and that's what's going on right now. Bahrain has agreed to join Israel and the United Arab Emirates and by the way, I want to thank Mohammed, who's a great leader, a truly great leader, at the White House on Tuesday. So they'll be here on Tuesday for the signing of the Abraham Accords. The significance of the signing will be elevated from an already historic breakthrough to one representing a previously unthinkable regional transformation. And that's exactly what it is. It's unthinkable that this could happen and so fast. And as you know, when we did the original signing which will actually take place in terms of official on Tuesday, United Arab Emirates, people thought that was amazing. And now they're hearing this, and they're also hearing from other countries because they understand that other countries want to very much come in. On this occasion, I want to thank the leaders of Israel and Bahrain for their vision and courage to forge this historic agreement. Their leadership is proving that the future can be filled with hope and does not need to be predetermined by conflicts of the past. You know all about the conflicts of the past. They're very legendary. There was a lot of problems going on, but we've been able to work things out to a level that nobody thought possible. This is really something very special, very, very special. As more countries normalize relations with Israel, which will happen quite quickly, we believe, the region will become more and more stable, secure, and prosperous. In the meantime, we're pulling most of our soldiers out. So we're doing it the opposite way. They were doing it with nothing but fighting and blood all over the place. The sand was loaded up with blood. And now you're going to see that a lot of that sand is going to be loaded up with peace. The United States will continue to stand with the people of the region and work with them and build a brighter and much more hopeful future. So we're very proud of this, and as time goes by, I think you'll see more and more why. I think most of you realize how important it is. Even the New York Times was very generous in their praise of the original deal, and they never thought, I think nobody thought this was going to happen so quickly after the first. But they'll both be here on Tuesday. They're going to be signing. Benjamin Netanyahu will be here. Prime Minister will be here, Israel. And we look forward to that. Just on this deal, because of the importance of the deal, we'll take some questions. But first, I'd like to ask Jared to say a few words and Mike Pence to say a few words and some of the folks. David, I'd like you to say something about it because it's so historic and these people have worked so hard and so long on it. This is really the culmination of a long period of time. Let's put it that way. I don't want to say how long, but it's a long period of time. It's a great thing. Jared, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first, I want to thank you for your leadership on this issue. Your first foreign trip was to Saudi Arabia, where you outlined a vision for the region. And all of the promises you made on that trip and all of the things that you foreshadowed have occurred. It's been a strategy that you've stuck with, and I want to thank you for giving me the trust and confidence that you've given me in order to work on this file over the last years. And I think the results that we've achieved has been beyond anyone's expectations, and I believe that there's even more to come. I just returned from the region last week. I was in the Middle East, where I took the first commercial flight that's ever flown from Israel to the United Arab Emirates. That flight flew over Saudi Arabian airspace. It was the first time in 72 years that Saudi Arabia has now waived their airspace to allow commercial flights to fly from Israel back and forth. Bahrain then did the same thing. The United Arab Emirates waived a 48-year boycott on Israel, which was an incredible development. And there are now delegations moving throughout the Middle East, figuring out how to bring the people closer together. What President Trump has done here is unthinkable. He's brought people in the Middle East together. There's been these barriers that have existed that have led to so much instability, so much war, so much loss, so much hopelessness, and we're seeing so much hopefulness now coming. And I will say something that I never thought would be the case, which is that on this last trip, the amount of optimism that has happened, that we're experiencing in the Middle East, is truly incredible. So I just want to congratulate you. I want to congratulate the people of Israel. I want to congratulate the people from the Kingdom of Bahrain. I want to thank their tremendous leadership. And I also want to congratulate the people of the Middle East, because the first deal that you were able to accomplish was so popular that things are really starting to move in a really strong direction. And this makes America safer. It allows us to bring our troops home, and it allows us to work on bringing prosperity to American communities. So really thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
Congratulations
Great
on this
job.
great success.
Great job. Thank you very much, Jared. Mike, please.
Mr. President, I can think of no more fitting tribute to the heroes that were forged on this day 19 years ago, and all the heroes that were forged on battlefields ever since, than to see this peace agreement announced today. And Mr. President, you said from early on that we could stand with Israel and we could stand for peace. Your very first foreign trip was to the Arab world to reach out, to create new alliances. You affirmed our support for Israel when you moved the American embassy to Jerusalem. And the strength with which you have approached this has made now this second historic peace agreement possible. And I want to congratulate you and thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. I also want to thank the people of the Kingdom of Bahrain and the people of Israel for finding a way forward to begin to take one more step toward peace in the Middle East, and to know that in this president and in the American people, they will have an ally with us. The good book says, blessed are the peacemakers. And Mr. President, I just want to congratulate you. I want to congratulate Prime Minister Netanyahu and King Hamad of Bahrain on bringing peace between their nations.
I can't believe China's blaming the US for this whole virus thing.
What?
Yeah, so
Donate. I'm going to explain those to you right now, so stay tuned, focus. I get this question so many times, and hopefully I can answer it right the first time so there's no more questions, but I'm happy to answer them anyways. The first and one of the easiest ways is by going to the YouTube Super Chat. If you're not utilizing this feature, I really recommend you do it. It's like an online chat room. It's a lot of fun. You have to be watching a live event on YouTube, which is what you're doing if you see me right now. And you have to be signed into your account. So make an account on YouTube. It's completely free. Sign in, use it, have fun, join the chat, talk to people, and then if you want, drop some donations. We'll be reading those donations throughout this event today, so it's a lot of fun to be able to hear your name read out loud, to get shout outs and whatnot. So continue. Please consider donating via the YouTube Super Chat. The second way you can donate is by going to our website. That's www.rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, that's www.rsbnetwork.com/donate. It's a tried, true, and trusted source. It's taken through PayPal. You can use a credit card, a debit card. Just really simple, very easy way to donate to us. We really appreciate it. And the third way, which is a non-electronic form of donating, is by sending a check. So if you're more comfortable in that, we totally understand. And we love it because we actually don't have to pay some of those proceeds to YouTube or PayPal. So send a check to 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. 1 second, please. All right, thank you guys. Just taking care of some stuff back in headquarters. So again, this is live. You're gonna see me texting a little throughout this. Promise I'm not texting my friends. I am either texting cameraman or Joe. So if you have a question you want me to ask Joe, let me know. Talking to him. I'm talking to headquarters right now, and we're gonna jump into the YouTube Super Chat in just a moment. But before we do that, I do want to talk to you guys about something completely new to this stream, this rally in particular. We actually have a new partner. We get so excited because it's really hard finding companies that we vet them really strictly. We refuse to have partners that we don't think our customers are absolutely going to love. We love Disney Coins. We absolutely enjoy working with them, and we know that when we talk to you guys about where to spend your hard-earned money, that you guys are also going to vet your companies. But I think we found one that you guys are going to love. I personally cannot wait to get my hands on it. So without further ado, let me introduce you to iTarget Pro. Innocent people are falling victim to crime, intimidation, and forced to fend for themselves because Democrats and the left are successfully defunding the police. When the government can't or won't protect your family, self-defense is the only option. But most of us don't have the time to train consistently, plus ammo is very expensive. That's why iTarget Pro was invented. Using their proprietary app and laser bullet, you can now train safely in the convenience of your own home and with your very own firearm. iTarget comes in all the major calibers, including .223 and .556, so you can stay sharp with almost any firearm. Today, with Right Side Broadcasting Network, you can get 10% off plus free shipping with the offer code SAVE10. This is the smartest way for you to practice, and it pays for itself in just a few days of practicing. That's the letter I, targetpro.com. Again, itargetpro.com, offer code SAVE10. Make sure you use that offer code. You're going to want to save your money, and this company is incredible. I am so excited to try it. I tell you, my ammo, especially because I buy critical defense, like if I'm shooting, I'm shooting to kill. I'm doing it to protect myself, but mine's ridiculously expensive. So it's going to be great to have something that is actually going to save you money in the long run. So check that out, itargetpro.com. Let me know if you have questions. We'll be circling back to that throughout today's event, live event. All right, jumping into the YouTube Super Chat right now. Let me know if you have any questions. We're going to entertain this for just a moment. I'm actually going to reach down here really quick and get a fan. I don't know why I'm so hot. I am. Hi. Yes, of course. One moment. All right. I'm going to toss it back to headquarters for just a second so I can go talk to one of our viewers, and I'll be right back. Thank you guys for standing by on that one. We actually had a right side broadcasting viewer, and there's nothing we love more than being able to interact with you guys. So I did just step down to, it's kind of crazy. Anybody would want me to sign something, but I signed a little Make America Great RSBN sign. So we were able to get that done for her. And I'm back to you guys. I'm excited to be here. Again, we are live from Extreme Manufacturing here in Las Vegas, Nevada, where President Trump is scheduled to speak in just a little bit. It looks like we have 20,000 people watching already, which is absolutely incredible. So excited to see these numbers just go. Dang, 26,000. You guys are killing it today. Okay. Yesterday we had around 115,000 congruently watching Reno, Nevada's stream for President Trump, and we know there's a lot of excitement, especially considering, like I mentioned earlier, what's going on with the Nevada governor and the Trump campaign being here. So a lot of people want to see what's happening, if this is going to happen. Well, the event is on. The campaign did not take no for an answer. We know President Trump does not like being told no. I think that's what makes him such a great fighter for the American people and a strong president. He will be here in a little bit. We've been painting the crowds. This is a very nice arena. I mean, even if you look at the floors, they are so good. Some of the cleanest I've ever seen. They're shining. They just look great. Hi. What? Oh. 1 second, sorry. Okay, I'm so sorry, guys. I feel so bad saying no to people, so I will be back. Okay, I don't have a pen, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna toss it back to headquarters. 1 second.
I'll do some talking while Miss Liz signs some autographs. Look at that. She's been with us now for about almost 4 years now, and so she's getting quite well known. I better hold on to her. I'm sure a lot of other media groups would love to have her. That's Liz Willis, and while she's taking a break, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of y'all for a historic night last night. We had 115,000 people watching at one time. That was a record here at Right Side Broadcasting, and that is despite being banned from YouTube's search results. So that tells you a lot about our viewers, and they really working hard for us. Sharing on social media helps us out a lot when we can't, because if you search YouTube right now, Trump Rally Live, you're not going to see us even though we're live. You may see us in your subscriptions, but you probably won't find us in search results. And yet, despite that, we still beat Fox News. I think we had about 30,000 more viewers than Fox News did, and we destroyed all the other fake news. So appreciate all of y'all. And here is Liz, I think. Yeah.
Okay, everyone, thank you for bearing with me. Lots of fun here today, so much excitement. Like I was saying earlier, we had 115,000 congruently watching last night's stream in Reno, Nevada, which is absolutely unbelievable. I am so excited for the company and for Alex, who is a star, but Gage, my cameraman, and I are also very competitive. So if you can help us just absolutely shatter those records, we want to make sure that as many people are watching President Trump's speech as possible. You don't even have to watch me right now. Just tell your friends around 7 p.m. Tune in. That's when President Trump is going to be talking, and we want to make sure as many people tune in as possible. Okay, I'm finally able to jump into the super chat, and it looks like we have a lot going on. 26,000 people already watching. Whew, that's incredible. So exciting. And it looks like we already have some donations coming in, so thank you to Clams Sub Death. We have $14.99 from Trump 2020 New Jersey District 3. We have SMCG CPCC $19.99, $45 from Garrett Long. He said, "This is for Trump, all lives MAGA. Don't be fooled by the MSM." That's creative. That's cute. $19.99 from Terry Backhouse. He said, "Hi, Liz." Well, hi, Terry. Thank you for your donation. And to everyone watching, this is incredible. 30,000 people watching live. We have 2 hours and 10 minutes until President Trump is scheduled to take the stage. RSBN is excited to hear again. This is something totally different. We've talked to a lot of people about what we do here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and it's not your typical news. It's not anything like that. We are completely live, unscripted, unrecorded. I mean, this is just raw. And our goal is to not have any, real agenda. We want to just be able to show you guys what's going on. I want to answer your questions and just be able to describe this environment to the best of my ability as this day continues, as we progress and get closer and closer to President Trump taking the stage. So again, it is Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm going to pull up the temperatures really quick. My goal is to make this rally seem like you're actually here. I want you guys to know what this campaign is like, how hard the Trump campaign is working to get this done. It is just an uphill battle. I say that RSBN as a, it's kind of funny watching the people in the press pen watching us while I'm working. Anyways, so it's an uphill battle no matter what you are, especially as conservative new media or the Trump campaign. Nevada politics, their governor did not want them to come here. They did not want President Trump to campaign in Nevada. That was made loud and clear. It is still an ongoing battle for the Trump campaign. I spoke to some of y'all earlier about what they're actually going to face, possibly in terms of fine and business regulations, licenses possibly being revoked for Extreme Manufacturing, who is hosting today's event or providing the venue for today's event. So it's pretty crazy, but it's a lot of fun. President Trump has been working really hard for Nevada in particular. I'm going to pull up some of those statistics so we can just nail those down. Of course, it's a lot. You really can't even memorize this. I would for you guys, but every state is so different. And Nevada in particular, before I get into reading this, I want to talk to you guys about Nevada, why President Trump is here. There's a path to the White House. There's a couple different ones, actually. And then there's a backup path that the campaign wants to guarantee, at least one form. Sorry, there's a woman passed out on the floor that's in my line of sight. It looks like she's getting up. So, okay, you know what? Before I jump into this, I'm going to tell you guys the temperature. I'm all over the place. There's so much going on, but I'm telling you, it still thinks I'm in Michigan from last week, so we're going to let that load for a little bit. All right. That's exactly what I was thinking, 100 degrees. So, this is fantastic. This is hot, you guys. People have been here, a lot of them since 7 a.m. The people that you see that are already inside this venue, it means that they were at the front of the line. So truly, it's insane. Even as media, we basically have expedited entry, and I'm burning. From standing outside, I can feel my skin burning from that just intense sunlight. So it's pretty crazy, but that is what people are willing to do to support President Trump. Bernie rallies, I don't even think there's such thing as a Bernie rally. I'll say an event, because they're not fun, they're not cool, it's not a rally. Bernie events, you might have as many people there as are in the press pen here. You can see the audience. Again, we're 2 hours out, and they're already just so excited. So much energy in here. The signs are up. The people are chanting right now. It's Trump, Trump, Trump. And they are getting loud for President Trump. Let's go. And this is some excitement. This is Las Vegas, Nevada. The campaign wants you to think that this is politics. Nevada thinks this is a blue state because President Trump actually lost here in 2016. I think Nevada is going to go red for Trump 2020. Look at these crowds and tell me this isn't Trump territory. We looked at Reno last night, and then we have this in Las Vegas. This is absolutely phenomenal. The energy in here is just loud. It's hard for me to even think, but I absolutely love it. President Trump, if you're watching this, I hope you got some good sleep last night. We know you're a busy man, but here at Extreme Manufacturing in Las Vegas, Nevada, your supporters are ready to see their president. You can expect high energy and a lot of fun here today. Absolutely phenomenal. We hope you guys were able to enjoy that. And that is a really good example of what we do here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. I mean, mainstream media is not going to show that. I will put $100 right now. Anybody who wants to bet me that that clip is going to go viral. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful, phenomenal, patriotic, and did you guys not love it? I did. You're not going to see it anywhere besides Right Side Broadcasting Network. So that's why we're here. That's why we go live 2 hours before President Trump speaks. But we are thrilled to do so. It looks like we have 30,000 watching right now. Lots of people are excited. I love that you guys get excited with me when we make these goals, when we hit these numbers. It's phenomenal. I remember during midterms around 2018, we would be thrilled if we even hit 20,000 people. I mean, it was a good rally if we hit 20,000 people. And that goes to show you, I mean, of course there's midterms and then there's the presidential election, but this momentum, this is just flowing and it is just getting bigger and bigger. And despite the left and this narrative and this anger and the hate, the rioting, the looting that they think is going to help push their agenda somehow, it's clearly not helping. I mean, this is only it's not helping them, at least. I'd say it's only helping President Trump's case, his cause, his rhetoric. He keeps saying he wants law and order. That is what America needs now more than ever. And I think it's clear to a lot of people, especially the thousands that are here today, to show their support that that is what America wants. Looks like we have some more donations. I'm going to read those for you guys, but keep in mind, I'm going to say it a few more times, Right Side Broadcasting Network is almost entirely viewer funded. It's so expensive to get to these rallies. We're a little traveling crew, very small team. This production that you see, although it looks phenomenal, right? I'm just kidding. I don't know how it looks. But it's actually ran with our CEO. He's a producer, a man of many titles, our booking agent, our travel agent. He does a little bit of everything. Our therapist sometimes. But Joe Seals, he's phenomenal. RSBN is his child. I think, I was going to say my stepchild, but things might get weird with that one. It's my baby too. I love it. But RSBN is an incredible company. Your donations allow us to stay in business and get President Trump re-elected for 4 more years in the White House. So thank you for watching. You can click that $ in the bottom right-hand corner of the YouTube Super Chat. You can also donate via our website, www.rsbnetwork.com/donate. A third way is by a non-electronic form of donation, and that is by sending a check. So you can send a check to 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Now, while your donations help significantly, I mean, they are truly the backbone of this entire operation, we also have a partner, and this is our first time partnering with them, so we want you guys to show iTarget Pro that the RSBN family is alive and well, we're strong, and we want to support our Second Amendment rights. iTarget Pro is an incredible company, and they are helping innocent people who are falling victim to crime, intimidation, and lately they've been forced to have to defend themselves because Democrats and the left are successfully defunding the police. When the government can't or won't protect your family, self-defense is the only option. But most of us don't have time to consistently train, plus ammo is really expensive. That's why iTarget Pro was invented. We'll be right back.
Chapel, Dayton Valley.
Good evening, Las Vegas. It is such an honor and such a privilege to be here tonight in order to be able to offer up and to ask our Lord in heaven to take and bless this event. And so if you would, stand right now with me. In Jeremiah 6:16, it says, "This is what the Lord says. Stand at the crossroads and look. Ask for the ancient paths. Ask where the good is and walk in it, and you will find rest for your souls. But you said, we will not walk in it." Let's pray. Heavenly Father, Lord, we come before you to confess and turn from our sin. Lord, we pray that you would hear us from heaven and restore us to the path that is good and brings rest to our nation. Lord, we too long, have been allowing evil to abound unchecked in this land, bringing us to the brink of destruction. Too long have we failed to acknowledge you as the sovereign God who rules the nations and the only means by which peace will come. Lord, you blessed this country. You established it in and on your word. Our founders knew this. John Adams wrote that our Constitution was made for a moral and a religious people. It is wholly inadequate to govern any other. So, Lord, we come today to you broken, a nation divided not by political ideology, but by those on the left and the right who have been divided between those who will not walk the paths of that which is good and those who will. Oh, Lord, we ask that you would take and divide us by that which is of you and not that which is by you. Evil being unmasked in the streets and lawlessness and anarchy raging. Lord, our sin is compounded as we see and celebrate what you call an abomination and the murder of unborn innocent life. Lord, far too long we have walked the path of disobedience and now find ourselves on the verge of losing this great nation that you've given us. So today, in this place, we cry out for forgiveness. We confess our many sins and we ask you to guide us in the paths of righteousness. And Lord, we pray, restore our land to the greatness that you intended. And Lord, we come asking you to raise up once again our President, Donald J. Trump. Lord, that you would use him greatly as your man called to lead this nation to walk in the paths of that which is good. Lord, throughout human history, you have called men to rise and take a stand against evil. You've empowered men to bring about your divine plan. To Solomon, you gave wisdom, second only to your own. To Samson, you gave strength like no other. To Daniel, you gave courage to stand fearless among lions. And to David, King David, you gave a heart that longed for the one true and living God. So, Lord, we pray for our president. Lord, we ask that you would grant him the wisdom of Solomon, the strength of Samson, the courage of Daniel, and a heart like King David, a heart that seeks after you. Lord, we pray that you would protect and you would provide for his needs as he leads this nation, that you would thwart and bring to nothing the plans of those who seek to oppose him as he follows the path that you have set him upon. And Lord, we also pray that we would be a people that would come together seeking to walk in the way that is good. Lord, that we would be a people who would cry out daily for your divine assistance, guiding us all the way, guiding us to the place of wisdom to right the wrongs, the wisdom to walk in obedience, to have the strength to stand in the face of the great evil that is upon us, and to have the courage to declare the truth of your word and to bow to no other than God Almighty. Most of all, Lord, we pray that as we turn our hearts towards you, that you would use us to make known the only means by which peace and rest will come. That you once again would call us to be a people who declare that salvation comes only through your Son, Jesus Christ. Salvation and healing and restoration can come to America and to the world, but it will come only as we confess our sin, as we repent and place our faith in the Son of God. So, Lord, we pray as your people that we would acknowledge you as the great sovereign of this mighty land that you've given us. And by your power, you would make America great in you, by you, and for you. And Lord, that you would make America great again. Lord, this we pray in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Republican candidates for Nevada's 3rd and 4th districts, Big Dan Rodimer and Jim Marchant.
Hey, Jimmy, I got a question for everybody out here.
What's that, Dan?
Who here wants to take back the house? I can't hear you. Who here wants to take back the house? Who here wants to keep the Senate? I got one last question. Who here wants President Trump for 4 more years? The fact is, Jimmy and I up here, we will fight for your children. We will fight for your small business. We will fight for your veterans. And if need be, we will take a folding chair right to the establishment.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let's go, Nevada!
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jesse Law for the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? O'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Don Ahern, owner and chairman of the Ahern family of companies, including Ahern Rentals, Snorkel, and Extreme Manufacturing.
Wow, what an exciting crowd. I love you too. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, and good evening. My fellow Nevadans. On behalf of my wonderful wife, Carolyn, we are so proud to be able to host you all here to our home. Our home is your home, and I hope you're comfortable. We picked a nice, beautiful building. We've got air conditioning, and it's all for the fun and for raising the votes for the President Donald J. Trump. Yeah. I want to say thanks to the city of Henderson. They have been just phenomenal. To our Mayor Marsh and to our police department. A big round for the police department. And to our fire department that has worked hand in hand with us to make this event come true. And also, the entire team for the Donald J. Trump group that have put this thing together in the last 3 days. I can't believe it. I've been down here working and helping them. I was driving a forklift, can you believe it? All right. And just a little bit about me. I was born here in Las Vegas, right down at Fremont 7th. You know where that big grasshopper grows out of the ground and spits fire. Well, 1953, I was born there. A Nevadan through and through. On behalf of this great state and all of the amazing Nevadans here tonight, I am honored to welcome to our great state, President Donald J. Trump. You know, this state hasn't been that friendly to our president in the last week, have they? Whoa. Well, we're going to show him tonight, aren't we? Over the last 2 centuries here in Nevada, we've enjoyed an amazing history, have we not? The pioneers headed west and settled this great silver state where gold and silver is still mined along with many precious metals. My family came to this state in a horse and a wagon back in the 1800s. I was born right downtown, as I said. They landed in a small farming town named Fallon, a close neighbor to the Reno. That small farm town is now the proud home of the United States Air Force and the Top Gun program. This great state that we have right here is worth fighting for. This great state is beautiful, with mountains and with lakes and with valleys and forests. And we even have the most beautiful deserts that are found. Sagebrush. Sagebrush that smells like the fountain of life. You gotta love sagebrush if you live here in Nevada, is that right? Just to tell you a little bit about this great state, you know, Northern Nevada hosts the largest manufacturing industrial park in the USA. It houses small and large companies like Tesla, with state-of-the-art manufacturing right here in the state of Nevada. You think that we are only gaming and gambling. We're not. We have manufacturing. We have the largest gold and silver mines in all of the world right here. Yeah, a lot of jobs, a lot of great jobs, a lot of great money. Here in Nevada, we have the biggest cattle grazing areas of all of the USA. For those of you who are connected up through the north, you understand how the ranching, how important it is to this great state. In Nevada, we wrote the book on gaming, casinos. Just look at the Las Vegas Strip. Isn't that amazing? We've all had lots of fun out there, and there is a lot of professional tourism going on in this state. The Las Vegas downtown area is going through such a great revitalization lately. We have one of the largest hotels being built and nearly completed, called the Circa. Have you seen it sticking up? It's changing our skyline downtown. Those are some great friends of mine down there that are building it. Unfortunately, our great state and way of life are under attack. Did you know we're under attack? This is a different world this year. Since about March 15th, Las Vegas has become a different place. The whole state became a different place. And we're here tonight to make a change and to try to get this state. Thank you. We're under attack. But with President Donald J. Trump, we will preserve our rights. What rights are we talking about? We're talking about the right to defend the unborn. Defend the unborn. The right to worship where we please. And the right to pray as we feel in our hearts and in our souls. Under Donald J. Trump, we will always have the right to assemble. Apparently, tonight, we don't have that right to assemble, just so you know. We have the right to free speech under Donald J. Trump. We have the right to bear arms and to own guns. And we have the right to vote in a system that is accurate and fair. The right to support our police. And great leaders like Donald J. Trump. We here in Nevada have great communities with families and churches. Our people of Nevada provide great service to our tourists. They are the hardworking folks that have suffered in these recent months unnecessarily. These folks have made their living working in gaming, convention industry, mining, manufacturing, the service and the support industries, and also construction. We have a very fabulous workforce here in the state of Nevada. We also have the right here in Southern Nevada, here in this building, the to have the manufacturing and to have the freedom to be an entrepreneur and do what you got to do to provide jobs and keep this world moving forward. So right here in this building is where we build this equipment that you see surrounded by you, which is the extreme forklifts and the snorkel man lifts. Everybody in this place is expected tonight to buy one. Thank you. Thank you in advance. Ahern Family of Companies loves its people that work for these companies. We're not afraid to say love. We love Donald J. Trump. We love our employees. We love our Nevadans. We love our great folks. Most of our customers are contractors. USA, yes. USA, USA. Okay, small and large construction companies. And if I could just mention a couple of great companies that I've watched grown up. Now, I'm 67 years old, so I've seen a lot of changes here in Southern Nevada, but companies like Martin and Harris. Great company, right? Bill Richardson Construction. You know, these are locally homegrown companies in construction. These guys and others have built this town, that built this Nevada that we've got going on here. So construction is very dear to my heart. And I know everybody in this room probably has a connection. You may be a rancher, you may be in the casino business, but the nice thing is this state is diversified. We rival the world in tourism, do we not? President Donald J. Trump is so welcomed in the state of Nevada. As you know, the Democratic leadership here in the state of Nevada has kept us closed, and they continue to do so. The unfair policies of our governor have so mistreated the families of our state. I will be, and I've already have been, targeted by our governor for exercising my right to assemble. We got shut down before this. Our governor has been rude to our president. He's been... You watch as he continues trying to shut down the GOP. You watch. We're going to stop it. We're going to assemble and we're going to stop it. We need to vote Republican and stand up and fight for what's right. What's right? President Donald J. Trump is what's right. Our great state should roll out the red carpet for our president. That's what we should be doing. We shouldn't have to be bouncing around trying to find a place to light. We should be rolling out the red carpet for that. He's the most fabulous man on the face of this earth, and we should roll out the carpet for him. Not be sliced and diced like the governor has done to me this last month. President Donald J. Trump, from the great state of Nevada, we say, hello, sir. We will vote for you. You are a blessing to this state of Nevada. Help us open our economy, President, and we will vote for you. Help us get our lands returned to Nevada from the federal government. Stand up, Nevada. Stand up. Fight for right. Right is President Donald J. Trump. Nevada, Nevadans, give this president 4 more years. 4 more years. 4 more years. Yeah! Thank you, Nevada.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former Acting Director of National Intelligence, Ambassador Rick Grinnell.
First of all, let me just thank you. I have to thank every single person in this room for coming out for our great president. Let me tell you one thing that I learned about being in Washington, D.C. There's a whole group of people in Washington, D.C. who hate the outsider. They have their own rules. You see, their rules allow them to go to San Francisco, get their hair done, and then they demand an apology from you for not keeping a secret. The whole town works on secrets, backroom deals. They spoon feed you information. They keep information from you. Let me tell you one thing. There are a whole group of people across the entire world, in Europe, in Latin America, and in Asia, who are saying to you all in swing states, I hope you get this right. I hope you understand what's at stake. There are conservatives across Europe who have watched as socialism has taken over. And you know what they're saying to us? America, don't let it happen. You are not alone, but there's a whole bunch of people in California and New York and in other states whose vote on election night is already predetermined. This is a state that matters. Nevada matters. I've waited my whole life to have a president of the United States who fights for the American people, who fights for working class people. And we have one. Let me just tell you that it is crucial that you get to the polls, that you vote, that you take your neighbors, your friends. We have seen what happens when the other side tries to intimidate us, when they try to defund the police, when they do cancel culture. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on the brink. They want to change America, and we want to make America great and keep it great. We don't sit down when the American flag enters the room. We understand what this country has given us. People around the world know that America must stand for capitalism. I want to finish the way that I started, which is about you. I've been in the Oval Office and I've watched this president ask very tough questions of multimillionaires. When people have said, hey, do something about that low price of oil, it's not helping the oil industry or the mega CEOs. And you know what this president has said? I don't know, it seems like my American friends pay a lot less in gas these days. This is what the President of the United States does on a daily basis. He fights for you, and those in Washington can't stand it. They don't want the outsider to win. Ladies and gentlemen, I need you to work. Nevada must go for Donald Trump. We need 4 more years. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president of UFC, Dana White.
Thank you. What's up, Las Vegas? How are you? Thank you for coming out today. We appreciate it. I'm going to make this short, sweet, and to the point. There's a lot of different people out there with a lot of different opinions and a lot of different views. But we are all Americans. And no matter what's going on in this country right now, we need to unite. The strength of this country depends on it. Whoa. People need to get back to work. Our kids need to get back to school. We need to clean up some of these cities. And we need to take care of law enforcement. We need to re-elect Donald Trump. He built the strongest economy in the nation's history. Unemployment was at an all-time low. He put America first. He made America strong again. As a Nevadan, I want to tell you what I love about the city of Las Vegas. Much like America as a whole, this is a city of opportunity. I don't care where you went to school, where you come from, who you know. None of that stuff matters here. If you come here with the right idea and you're willing to work hard enough, anything is possible in Las Vegas. This city truly represents what is the American dream. I don't ever want to lose that. Let's not lose that. Let's fight to keep that here in Las Vegas. Let's keep this city the land of opportunity for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, you know exactly what I know, and that's that we need to re-elect Donald Trump. And if there's one thing this pandemic has taught us, we didn't think about this before, but we need to be very, very careful who we elect as our next governor, senator, congressman, mayor. Everybody needs to get out and vote. And we all know that there's all these people that think that your vote doesn't matter. Your vote's never mattered more than it does right now. Thank you guys for your support. Have a great day, Las Vegas.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the co-chairman of the Nevada Trump campaign, Adam Laxalt.
All right, Nevada, are we ready to welcome the president or what? So I have to say, last night I had the opportunity to introduce the president in northern Nevada. Hopefully you all have seen what we witnessed last night. Over 30,000 people lining up in rural Nevada to turn out for our great president. So we face a big choice, 2 Americas and 2 Nevadas. That's what's on the ballot. It's not just Donald Trump that's on the ballot. America's on the ballot. Our Constitution's on the ballot. Our heritage is on the ballot. Everything that we love and hold dear. Are we ready to fight for that? And I can tell you, as the former Attorney General, when I was Attorney General, we stood with law enforcement. We gave them everything they needed. We supported them. We didn't move to defund them. We didn't abandon them when they needed us. That's what Democratic leadership is doing across this country when they needed them most. That is a crucial issue for this election. And I can tell you, as a former prosecutor and former top law enforcement officer, that it is my great honor to introduce one of the greatest fighters for Donald Trump, a former prosecutor herself, someone that I can tell you personally simply does not take no for an answer, a person that fights every single day to get this president reelected, a champion for this country. Let's welcome to the stage, everyone stand up and give a big round of applause for Kimberly Guilfoyle.
Good fight song in Vegas, right? We get this party started. We love it. Thank you, great patriots, for being here and supporting the greatest president this country has ever seen. Well, hello, Vegas, or as we say, bienvenidos, Vegas. I gotta tell you, it's so great to see so many peaceful protesters here today. Give me some peace. But you know what I see when I look out to this crowd, this big, beautiful Vegas crowd? I see 4 more years of President Trump. Exactly, back there. So there's somebody that got a little bit on my nerves, and that is never a good thing with a Latina woman. Let me tell you something. It's your governor, that guy. What's wrong with that guy? That's somebody else who needs a pink slip, right? We're done with that. So he did absolutely everything he could to stop us from being here tonight. And of course, it's not because he actually cares about your health, your well-being, or the country, or the free civilized world, or any of those things. It's because he actually just cares about November and the election. And Democrats, like your governor, are seeing the same thing that Joe Biden and his political advisors are seeing. A massive, engaged, and passionate movement of support for our president sweeping this country. From boat parades to highway cruises, there is nothing that Democrats can do to stop us or slow us down. Why? Because we love our country and we love our president. He built the greatest economy the world has ever known. Because President Trump has delivered for America, and America will deliver for President Trump. He built an economy that lifted everyone up. A great American comeback is roaring on its way, and we will not let the Democrats stop it. As Commander-in-Chief, he always puts America first. This is a president, President Trump, that is the law and order president. This is a president who is literally brokering peace in the Middle East. They said it couldn't be done, but once again, they were wrong. Don't count Trump out. Now, as this election approaches, with just 50 days away, there's going to be a major choice to make. And I love this choice. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and the rest of the socialists/communists who want to fundamentally change this nation. They want open borders, closed schools, dangerous amnesty for illegals, and they want to suffocate our economy with a $4 trillion tax hike. No way. They will defund, dismantle, and destroy America's law enforcement. When you or your family are in trouble, don't count on the Democrats. Rioters must not be allowed to destroy our cities, and human sex and drug traffickers should not be allowed to cross our border. The same socialist policies which destroyed places like Cuba and Venezuela must not take root in our cities or our schools. If you want to see the Biden-Harris future for our country, just take a look at your neighbors in California. A place of immense wealth, immeasurable innovation, and immaculate environment. And the Democrats turned it into a land of discarded heroin needles in parks, riots in the streets, rolling blackouts, fires all across this incredible state. Is that what you want for your America? I have good news for you, because in President Trump's America, we light things up, we don't dim them down. We build things up, we don't burn them down. We kneel in prayer, and we stand for our flag. This election is a battle for the soul of America, and your choice is clear. Just look at Nancy Pelosi. I can't wait till we rip the gavel from her hand and take back the House. I'm gonna take it. Liberal privilege Nancy. It was okay for her to open a business so she could get her hair done, but when it comes to your family putting food on the table, she won't even show up to pass a bill that supports struggling families and businesses in America. Democrats care more about power than they care about American workers. They want to destroy this country and everything that we have fought for and that we hold dear. They want to steal your liberty. They want to steal your freedom. They want to control what you see, what you think, and what you believe, so they can control how you live. They want to enslave you to the weak, dependent, liberal victim ideology, to the point that you will not recognize this country or yourself. Don't let them do it. From the very beginning, when President Trump spoke about making America great again, he was speaking about that shining city on a hill and restoring the beacon of light that once shined so bright. His promise was to put America first, and he has, over and over again. When President Trump cut middle-class taxes, putting tens of thousands of dollars back in the pockets of working-class Americans, that beacon began to flicker once again. When President Trump commanded the defeat of ISIS, took out al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, he paved the way for peace in the Middle East. That beacon started to glow, and when he negotiated historic trade deals with Canada, Mexico, Japan, and China, bringing back thousands of manufacturing jobs to America, that beacon shined bright once again for the world to see. Joe Biden wants to export the American dream. He cares more about China than he does about this country. America, it's all on the line. President Trump believes in you. He emancipates and lifts you up to live your American dream. You are capable. You are qualified. You are powerful, and you have the ability to choose your life and to determine your destiny thanks to President Trump. Like my parents, we can all achieve our American dream. But it is a dream that we must continue to fight for each and every day, and that we must fight for on November 3rd. Are you with me? that shining example to the world by standing up and voting, getting your family to vote, getting your friends to vote. This election is about you. It is about you. It is about you. It is about you. Make your vote count. And it is about this incredible country, the greatest country on earth, the United States of America. I say to you, and I say to each and every one of you, manifest and be the change in this country that you dream, that you hope and you pray for every night, that you believe in, and stand in honor and courage for an American president who is fearless, who believes in you and who loves this country and will fight for her, will fight for you, and will fight for your family. President Trump is the leader who will rebuild the promise of America and ensure that every citizen can realize and live and breathe their American dream. God bless you, Las Vegas. God bless this country, our first responders, our law enforcement, our military, our veterans that fought for this country. We love this country, and with President Trump, the best is yet to come.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about an hour shy of President Trump taking the stage here, and that was Kimberly Guilfoyle prepping the crowd, making sure they are full of excitement and energy. Many of these kind of pre-speakers had something they all talked about in common, and that's something we're going to talk with you today right now, because as you guys know, innocent people are falling victim to crime, intimidation, and forced to fend for themselves because Democrats and the left are successfully defunding the police. When the government can't or won't protect your family, self-defense is the only option. But most of us, like me, don't have the time to consistently train. Plus, ammo is very expensive. That's why iTarget Pro was invented. Using their proprietary app and laser bullet, you can now train safely in the convenience of your own home with your actual firearm. iTarget comes in all the major calibers, including .223 and .556, so you can stay sharp with almost any firearm. Today, with RSBN, you can get 10% off plus free shipping with the offer code SAVE10. This is the smartest way for you to practice, and it pays for itself in just a few days of practice. That's the letter I, targetpro.com. Again, targetpro.com. Don't forget to use offer code 10 at checkout. You will see this at the very end of checkout for money off your order. I cannot wait to get my hands on these. My critical defense bullets are so expensive. I hate having to pay for them or even practice ammo. It adds up over time. So this is an incredible invention, something we're all excited to use to help practice our self-defense. Hopefully you guys will check it out too. Let me know what you think. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we are just excited to be here. We have a lot going on in Nevada, particularly. President Trump has been fighting hard for the great state of Nevada, and it shows when you look at the crowd here today. This is just what has been let inside. Most people aren't even getting in today. It's absolutely insane. 100 degrees outside and lines of thousands of people. It's no guess why that he's drawing these crowds, though. He truly is making the economy great again here in Nevada. As President Trump peacefully protests with supporters in Reno last night and Las Vegas tonight, the evidence shows his whole of government response to the coronavirus that helped Nevada families and workers. President Trump fought to give the people of Nevada the resources and help they need to combat the coronavirus. President Trump's Paycheck Protection Program protected 500,000 Nevada jobs by providing more than $4.2 billion worth of loans to over 45,000 Nevada businesses. Nearly $1.6 million Nevadans received nearly 1.6 million Nevadans received economic impact payments totaling over $2.6 billion in relief. The CARES Act is providing up to $1.25 billion worth of aid to the state and over $241 million in relief to 2,581 healthcare workers and providers in the state. Nevada businesses are poised for a historic comeback thanks to President Trump's economic leadership. President Trump's pro-growth policies, tax cuts, and deregulation built a stronger economy for Nevada workers and businesses. In the last 3 months, Nevada added 142,100 jobs back following the economy's artificial interruption from the China virus. Nevada added more than 104,500 new jobs in the first 3 years of the Trump administration, including 14,300 new manufacturing jobs alone. Before China unleashed the coronavirus on the world, Nevada's unemployment rate had fallen to just 3.6%. The state's average unemployment rate during the Obama-Biden administration was 9.8%. President Trump's historic Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is projected to add over 11,000 new Nevada jobs over the next decade. The law also designated 61 Nevada communities as opportunity zones, which will drive new private investment into distressed and predominantly minority communities. President Trump kept his promise to negotiate America First trade deals, providing a massive boost to Nevada's economy. The President's United States-Mexico Agreement, also known as USMCA trade deal, will boost Nevada's economy and create new jobs in the state, which exports more than $1.8 billion annually in goods to Canada and Mexico. Trade with Canada and Mexico support more than 107,000 jobs in Nevada, including 1,500 manufacturing jobs. President Trump is defending Nevada farmers and agriculture producers from China by providing more than $4.2 million in direct USDA payments to Nevada farmers. But Joe Biden's radical far-left agenda will decimate Nevada workers and families. The terrible trade deals that Biden supported during his 44 years as a career politician in Washington killed Nevada jobs. Nevada lost 3,700 jobs due to higher trade deficits with Mexico under NAFTA, which Biden supported. Biden voted to normalize trade relations with China, which killed 15,900 Nevada jobs due to higher trade deficits. Biden's radical energy policies and promise to end fossil fuel would devastate Nevada workers and businesses. The oil, gas, and coal industries support nearly 48,000 jobs in Nevada and contribute $4.3 billion to the state's economy annually. 60% of Nevada's homes are heated by natural gas, fuel, oil, or propane, fuels that Biden wants to eliminate. In Nevada, the Trump administration has opened 1.8 million acres of public land for oil and gas leasing. Biden would shut it down. Biden's plans endanger the private health insurance that over 1.6 million Nevadans rely on. Biden's government-run public option plan would ultimately kill private health insurance plans. Under Biden's government-run public option plan, 8 of Nevada's rural hospitals would be at high risk of closing, limiting patients' access to health care. Joe Biden pledged that charter schools will be gone if he's elected. Over 45,000 students are enrolled in 72 charter schools across Nevada, making up over 10% of total public schools in the state. Absolutely insane. Look at those numbers. I'll read them again later if I have the time. But unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. It's no doubt that he's able to pull these numbers. I'm getting a lot of questions about our partner for today. People are new to figuring out their website. Some people are questioning, asking about the code. So the code for SAVE10 will be available at checkout at the very end. This is going to happen after you click payment method. You will see an area that says gift card or discount code. Click apply. That's going to be your final step. Again, if you're curious about what I'm talking about, we have an incredible partner for today. We're so excited for this fun invention and to share it with you guys we know this is the perfect company to work with. If you watched the news or turned on literally any type of news channel within the past year, you'll see that innocent people are falling victim to crime, intimidation, and are forced to fend for themselves because the Democrats and the left are successfully defunding the police. It's absolutely ridiculous. But when government can't or won't protect your family, self-defense truly, unfortunately, is the only option. Most of us, like me, don't have the time to consistently train. Plus, ammo is very expensive. We get that. That's why iTarget Pro was invented. Using their proprietary app and laser bullet, you can now train safely in the convenience of your own home with your actual firearm. That's one of my favorite parts about this. Actually, I think I love everything about this, but it's so important to familiarize yourself with your own gun and exactly how it handles. iTarget Pro also comes in all major calibers, including .223 and .556, so you can stay safe with almost any firearm. Today, you can get 10% off plus free shipping with the offer code SAVE10. I absolutely love free shipping. I will not pay for shipping on any website, so I love this deal. This is the smartest way for you to practice, and it pays for itself in just a few days of practice. That's the letter I, targetpro.com, itargetpro.com. Don't forget, use offer code SAVE10 for money off, and that is going to be at the very end of your purchase. Again, very end of your purchase. I'm getting some messages about where to apply that code. Just keep going through, baby. You'll see it at the end. And I cannot wait for you guys to get this and try it out. It's so much fun. I'm going to jump into the YouTube and the email so I can start thanking some of those who have donated. Brightside Broadcasting Network has had an incredible week. We are so excited to be here, to be a part of the campaign, and to be able to show you guys what's happening. This incredible red wave that is taking over really not just the country, but the world. We have so many viewers nationwide. That does bring me to one point I don't want to forget. I want to say hi to Team Trump France. Viva la Team Trump France. We love you guys, and we're excited to always have you supporting us. So God bless, merci. We love it. Okay, jumping back into the emails, got distracted as usual. I want to make sure that I'm always able to say hey to as many people as possible. We obviously, being viewer funded, we would not be here today without you guys. So it's so important that we are able to communicate and have direct lines of communication to all of y'all. With that being said, also before I jump into this, make sure that you guys are subscribed to us on YouTube. This is going to help us significantly, and you. When it comes to big tech and conservative censorship, it's so difficult as a new age media, especially a conservative news media outlet that covers President Trump. When it comes to algorithms, they are constantly shadow banning us, keeping out of search results. So if you subscribe to us and turn on your notifications, you'll be alerted when we go live. Keep in mind, we don't go live for not just anything. It has to be something really President Trump related. So it's either a rally or a press briefing, or it'd have to be an emergency meeting from the White House. These are all really important things that we think everyone should be open to watching, and we do the same thing for press briefings as we do rallies. It's the whole thing live, uninterrupted, so it's great. It looks like we have one donation. Oh, a lot. This is cool. So Samuel Torres donated and said, keep up the good work. We have Kenneth Osborne who said, we love you for saving the United States. We have Gary Adams who said, like the closing song YMCA, much better than the Stones' old song. YMCA leaves the audience energized. GM in Texas. We have Kenneth Osborne again, who donated, I guess twice, saying the same thing. Love you and thanks for saving the U.S. Toribio Abella said, Donald J. Trump is the greatest president in my lifetime. Thank you, RSBN, for live streaming. I get to watch every Trump rally without miss. Absolutely, that's our goal. We love that you love it. Alan Rimpey said, you guys are my go-to place for Trump rallies and news. I got hooked in 2015 and 16 with the great coverage and the great guitar music. I wish I could donate more, and I hope you guys are around forever. Thank you so much. Very sweet. Before I go on to read some of the other donations and shout-outs, don't forget, if you just follow us, if you share the stream on your Facebook page, on your Twitter, follow us on Instagram and Twitter, all of it, like us, subscribe. You guys know what to do. It is totally free, and it helps us monumentally. So you can follow us on Facebook at Brightside Broadcasting Network. Give us a like. Make sure that you're subscribed on YouTube. YouTube is our biggest platform, our most important platform. So make sure you show us some love there. Make sure you're commenting, liking, subscribing, all of it. We're also on Twitter and Instagram as well, the same handle, at RSB Network. So we are always watching those numbers. We want them to continue to rise and grow. It's so important for us to get this message out of what we're doing. So whether you can donate or not, that is free, and that's a great way for you to help support us. We really do appreciate it. If you would like to follow me, I am not half as cool as RSBN, but I am trying to reach 10,000 on Instagram. So you guys helped me get there on Twitter last week, which is so exciting. And I think I'm 300 shy, so self-plug. I would love to have some of you guys to be able to interact with you on my Instagram as well. That's my name, @Liz Willis, LIZWILLIS. All right, back in here. Linda Wolf said, if I qualified for gifts, please give them to someone who donated. The widow's mite. I have a hard time reading paper books these days. Oh. Richard Sire said, God bless our great President Trump, Right Side Broadcasting, and the United States of America. David Wilk donated to thank you. Joan Folt said, thank you for your coverage of President Trump's rally. I found you last night while desperately trying to watch the Trump rally. The stations don't cover them. Hope you guys grow and become a full-time station and even a TV network. That'd be awesome. We love Trump 2020 landside. I love that. I love to see that every single rally, our hard work, your donations, your hard work that goes into ours, I mean, it's all paying off. And hopefully we see a massive payoff November 3rd. I think we will. David donated and said, thank the good Lord for Donald Trump's leadership and courage in this critical period of time. He needs our support now more than ever. MAGA 2020. Gordon Tom donated as well. We have Gilbert Ottohan, who said, Gilbert Ottohan, retired United States Coast Guard, and my wife, Esther Ottohan, live in Las Vegas, Nevada. Filipino for President Trump. We don't want the Democrats to cheat. Therefore, we safeguard our votes, and we will vote in person at the polling station for our greatest president. I encourage all Trump supporters to do the same. Be careful and safeguard your votes so we can defeat the evil, violence, agitators, looters, Antifa, and sleepy Joe Biden socialist agenda. And we also appreciate RSBN for broadcasting live all President Trump rallies or peaceful protests to the American people. Keep it up, RSBN, and thank you. God bless you, and God bless America. Awesome. We love to see it. Christine said, keep on trumping. Olga Herman said, keep up the good work. Thanks, America. We have Scott and Lori Retzel, Tyler Marchin, John Hill. This is insane. You guys are killing it. Don Lamoureux. Paul Seymour said, you are our lifeline. Keep up the good work. Absolutely. Okay, you guys, I got to point this out before I forget it. And as you know, this is all unscripted. So I just tell you guys what I think as it happens. I want the cameraman to pan to this. And I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit what's going on. This is the press media section. This is the front risers reserved for national news outlet. That means CNN, MSNBC, ABC, Fox News, you name it. Okay. You see people here. I'll explain exactly who they are, but let me tell you, not a single person on that riser showed up today for President Trump's rally. None of those mainstream news networks are there. This is one of our friends. He's at all of the rallies. He was able to stand there because no one else came to grab those spots. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's just vile to us. We work so hard. We want those spots, and people have them, and they don't even care to use them. They really just don't care. You do have the White House. That is the White House cam, the campaign camera that you're seeing there. But besides that, those were 5 spots that should have been taken, and all the mainstream media networks failed to come today. They didn't think that, the President of the United States deserved their primetime television slots. Absolutely insane. I can't imagine something being more important with what the leader of the United States has to say. It's kind of ridiculous. I mean, there's no word for it. But that's exactly why we're here, because what you just saw behind me, they didn't come. Mainstream media, the people that you trust, that you're supposed to trust to look for your news about what's going on. Think of the people of Nevada. I mean, they need to know what's going on specifically to their state's economy, how their state is handling coronavirus. I mean, I think it goes to show you that they just don't care. But President Trump absolutely does, and Right Side cares more than you will ever know. It doesn't matter if it's 100 degrees. We're going to get here. We're going to take our spot on the back riser, and we're going to show you the audience and pan these crowds. And we're going to be excited to do so. Gage is smiling. We have a friend over here. Do you want to say hi? Yes, of course. Okay. Jump on with me for a second. This is one of our new friends today. It's Luan, right?
Luan.
Yeah. Okay, you're going to have to pronounce it. So say your name one more time, and where are you from?
Luan. I'm from California. So basically, I'm represented for a King Radio, VLKT News, and Betty Channel in Orange County.
Very cool. You've been working so hard. You're a lot like Right Side. because you're out here with just a camera, you're by yourself, but you've been really working really hard. What is it about President Trump and Mike Pence that make you come out here and do all of this?
Actually, we are Vietnamese for Trump. So our channel that we have right now is all conservative. It's a lot of Vietnamese and I saw a lot of Cambodian today as well. A Filipino as well.
A lot of people, they're going to tell you that there's no minorities here. I mean, what do you think about that? How does that make you feel?
It's a liar. Especially there's no CNN today.
That's what I was just saying. None of the mainstream media showed up. I mean, they just don't care.
Oh, they are trying to cook the poll right now. So this is a real poll. This is a real poll. And I saw a lot of people love your channel. And Signature, you know, all minority. Minority this year would turn out bigly.
Huge, right?
Huge, bigly. I'll use President Trump word, bigly. Minority would turn out bigly. Especially Vietnamese, Chinese, Korean, Japanese. And you're surprised. You're surprised Hispanics and African American will turn out and support President Trump because he will bring a job back here. It's for everyone. It's not, even not for you, for me, but for everybody. And especially today, all you're saying is background is manufacturing. So the theme today is going to be manufacturing, and job will come back bigly, and job will provide everybody. It doesn't matter you are a Trump hater, doesn't matter you are a CNN supporter. Job will come to you too, because President Trump, they don't care who you are. They don't care you're liberal. They don't care you're conservative. They care all is Americans. Don't take it offensive. The job will come to you and the future of America for all Americans, for Chinese, for Vietnamese, for white, black, but for all Trump hater.
Well said. Okay, where can our viewers, if there's somebody else that wants to follow you or get involved, name your channel and your station again?
Right here.
KING channel.
Channel, yes. We'll have a third boat rally in Florida. The third one and the fourth one so successfully. But the sixth one, the final one before the election, we're taking place in Palm Beach. And then at least going to be 1,000 people who join. It's all in Vietnamese community. And maybe join from different, I don't know. We'll see, we'll finalize the whole situation and before we announce it. But the boat parade 5 into Clearwater. And it's around 600 people around the whole United States. They come here in Florida. Florida is a very, very important state. If you are in Florida, if you are in Pennsylvania, if you are in Michigan, and if you are in Nevada, your vote is important. I'm from California. Your vote will help me.
Your vote is just...
No, actually, my vote was count too, but...
Everybody's vote counts. Everybody's vote counts. All right, thank you so much for hopping on.
Thank you for your service.
Yes, you too.
Actually, we love your channel, and we follow you a lot.
Thank you. Well, you're doing
your donation.
I got it. Don't worry about it. Get back to your channel. I'll do our own donation in. I love it. I love when people know, like, exactly. They can all do my job for me. I'm like, wait, no, don't do it. It might be better than I do it. But he's been absolutely wonderful. He's right next to us. And it kind of goes to show, I mean, when mainstream media doesn't show up to perform the way they should, you're going to have independent journalists coming out like Right Side or KING channel, and you're going to have to just do it yourself because no one else is doing this. It's disgusting, but it's fine. It allows us to travel and do what we love. So Barbara, she said, all your hard work is much appreciated. Love what you show, the arrival of Air Force One and the crowd's best show in town. Me too. It's one of my favorite things of being in a hangar. When these rallies are in hangars, you actually get to see Air Force One arriving. It's so beautiful. This is the first indoor arena since the Tulsa, Oklahoma rally. So since COVID happened, and it was originally scheduled to be in a hangar, but due to the governor's restrictions, they moved it here. So we have Joseph who donated as well, Deborah Van Need, Sue Gilmeister, Louis, who's a United States veteran. He said, I have to say that I hope that everyone will get out there and vote, especially paying lots of attention on our local districts, city mayors and local judges. This is why our cities and now our communities are overtaken by misinformed people, misled by corrupted low IQ lefties, socialist politicians. This is a battle for our lives and freedom. We lost too many in the military to give the country to a bunch of communist socialists. I call them for who they are. God bless you. You're not wrong. Thank you for your donation. We have one from Mitch, Mike, and Barbara, Brian Mershon, Lisa Kelly donated $25 and said we seriously need a network like RSB, and everybody donate to them. I'm about to get another paycheck and I'm going to donate $100 to get Diamond and Silk's new book Uprising and the RSBN gift package. Can't wait. Thank you so much, Lisa. Your donations are all absolutely killing it. We are almost entirely viewer funded, so we do rely on your donations to get from rally to rally, location to location. A number of ways you can donate are the YouTube Super Chat. Many people are utilizing that feature today. There's also the website, rsbnetwork.com/donate. Sorry, we're panning to our audience. We have a lot of viewers that like to be highlighted. We love to do it. But again, a number of ways you can donate to us. We rely on your donations entirely to get to these rallies. We don't have any large investors. And we do that so we can keep this whole idea of free speech. We don't edit. We just turn the camera on and we go for 2, 3, 5, 8 hours straight, whatever needs to happen. You can donate via the YouTube Super Chat by clicking the $ in the bottom right-hand corner. You can go to our website, www.rsbnetwork.com/donate. And a third way is that you can send a check. You can send a check. This is the only non-electronic form of donation payment. And you can send that to 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. Now, while so many of you guys are tuned in, I want to encourage you to check out this new product. We are partnering with them today, and they've been absolutely incredible so far. So listen closely what I have to say because it's pretty dang cool. I cannot wait to get my hands on my very own. But as you know, if you've been watching any type of news, mainstream media, fake news, whatever it may be, you'll notice that innocent people are falling victim to crime, intimidation, and they're forced to fend for themselves because Democrats lately and the left are sadly, successfully defunding the police. When the government can't or won't protect your family, self-defense will be the only option. Most of us, if you're like me, don't have the time to consistently train, plus ammo's really expensive. I mean, for me, I live pretty much by myself. My brothers aren't with me, and I don't want to go to a shooting range because I don't feel that safe practicing without somebody at least showing me a little more guidance. But this is the perfect solution, and this is why iTarget Pro was invented. Using their proprietary app and laser bullet, you can now train safely in the convenience of your own home with your actual firearm. iTarget comes in all the major calibers, including .223 and .556, so you can stay sharp with almost any firearm. Today, you can get 10% off plus free shipping. Who doesn't love free shipping? With the offer code SAVE10. This code is only for today's rally, so run, don't walk to get this. This is the smartest way for you to practice, and it pays for itself in just a few days of practicing. That's the letter I, targetpro.com. Again, itargetpro.com. Don't forget, use offer code SAVE10. That's SAVE10 at checkout. There's a lot of questions. People are already trying to run and grab this product. They're saying, I went to order the iTarget Pro, but I couldn't enter the discount code. They don't have a place for it. They do. It is at checkout at the very end. It's going to come up after you click payment method. So you'll see a spot that says gift card or discount code. Click SAVE10, say that's SAVE10, and you'll be good to go. Let us know how this is. I'm telling you, perfect Christmas gift. Order it now. I've read a lot of articles ordering Christmas gifts this year. You need to start now because almost everyone's going to be doing it online. So those shipping times are going to be miserable. And a lot of things are selling out early. So go ahead and make sure you get a lot of your shopping done. The sooner, the better, because times are crazy, my friends. I'm going to jump into the YouTube Super Chat and see if we have any questions regarding today's event. We have so much information happening right now. President Trump has had an extremely busy day today. He's had 3 events. Right now he is leaving for Henderson, Nevada. So the motorcade departed Trump International Hotel about 50 minutes ago. He should be arriving. I believe his schedule has him arriving pretty soon. He's going to be doing a little bit of a roundtable, I believe, once he gets here before he makes his public appearance on stage. So we are just moments away, 40 minutes before President Trump actually takes the stage that you're seeing right behind me. It already has the presidential seal, and this venue is packed. It's Extreme Manufacturing. It is a beautiful manufacturing facility, as clean as it gets. We're lucky today to not be in an airport hangar. And that is because it's hot here in Vegas. We're in the middle of a desert after all. So in just a minute, like I said, you can tag me in the YouTube Super Chat if you have questions. I'd be happy to answer them. I am Liz Willis. That's Lizwils. Go ahead and get your questions in. I'll be answering them, because right now we have a word from our friends, Father Frank Pavone and Diamond and Silk. Over to you guys.
Hi friends, I'm Father Frank Pavone of Priests for Life, and I thank our friends at Right Side Broadcasting for the great job they do bringing you these rallies. You know, when the president has these rallies, he summarizes his accomplishments. We have a website called ProLifePresident.com where you can read those accomplishments in detail, not only on pro-life, but on every issue. I invite you to join us there. You can also order a comparison piece of the party platforms and some prayer cards for the election. So thanks, and again, God bless Right Side Broadcasting.
Hey y'all, we're Diamond and Silk. Listen, our book dropped already, and we want you to get a copy of it.
That's right.
Uprising, who the hell said you can't ditch and switch? The Awakening of Diamond and Silk.
That's right.
Now you can get the book at diamondandsilkbook.com or anywhere that books are sold. And I want you to continue to support RSBN.
That's right.
Why? Because they've been here since the beginning, and they will be here to the very end.
That's right.
And guess what, y'all?
What?
We gonna win.
That's right.
You all get out and vote. Vote red, R-E-D, remove every Democrat. And make sure you vote for Donald J. Trump. We love y'all.
Bye-bye.
Everybody, Liz Willis back here. We are 36 minutes, but who's counting, shy of President Trump taking the stage here in Las Vegas, Nevada. This is truly the city where, like they said earlier, anything is possible if you're willing to work hard, much like America. Absolutely beautiful event here today. It's gone on flawlessly from our point, so great job to the Trump campaign for fighting an uphill battle against all the challenges. It's so important for President Trump to get out here and campaign, especially Nevada in particular. This is really a road to the White House for the 2020 presidential election. President lost in 2016 the state of Nevada by very slim margins, and this is going to be a purple state, meaning it is a battleground state. It is very possible that Nevada can go red for President Trump in 2020, and he knows that. That is why, despite the governor telling him, absolutely not, don't come here, we'll fine you, we'll take away business licenses, President Trump, he said, I'm going to come. I'm here. He wants to be amongst his people, and that's exactly what he's doing. So we are here as well. We are excited to show you his energy. It is, I don't know how he does it, you guys. It gets tiring, but this man's on fire. I've never seen someone who loves the United States or is more passionate about America than President Trump. That's why he's getting my vote in 2020. Let's see how many people we have watching. Last night we had 116,000. That's not exactly exact, so don't kill me. It might have been a little more than that. But around 116 concurrently watching on our YouTube live for the Reno, Nevada one. So my team's goal here today is to beat those numbers. So I want to get you, your brother, your mother, your sister, your cousin. I want everyone watching. Make sure you're liking and sharing this stream, sending it out to everybody via Facebook, Twitter. It's so important for as many people as possible to see this movement, what's happening, that Nevada can go red and President Trump can win. We don't listen to fake polls. You saw what they said in 2016, and we're not going to let that happen again. Let's watch what's going on and figure it out for ourselves. Looks like we have 59,000 people watching right now. We're going to triple those numbers so that we can win. So make sure that you're tuning in. Again, at this point, we're 30 minutes shy of President Trump taking the stage. We want to make sure that everybody is ready, sitting comfortably. Get your popcorn and everything ready. Craig, yes, I am American. Thank you to everyone looking at any questions. People are... Well, someone said almost hit 117. I guess that was last night. I'm hoping we break those numbers today, you guys. It says a lot about President Trump when we can see these online numbers increase. Every day, the Trump campaign is doing a lot of online and virtual stuff. They are looking at these numbers. They are using them for their data. They want to know who's watching, who gets to see what. So make sure that you're tuning in. We have a lot going on. My CEO, Joe Seals, actually just messaged me, and he brought up a great point. We have a lot going on next week. We're going to Minnesota and Wisconsin. Both of those are going to be on Friday. Mike will be coming back. He will be doing the He'll be doing the Minnesota one, I believe. I am going to Mosinee, Wisconsin. So they're on the same day. They're Friday, September 18th. President Trump will be making 2 stops, double stops back to back. There will be a 4 p.m. in Minnesota and a 7 p.m. in Wisconsin. Tune in for me in Wisconsin. I'm just kidding. I'm not that competitive. Watch both. I do want to say thank you again. So many questions coming in right now about our partners today. It is actually pretty freaking cool. I understand why there's so many questions. I'm happy to talk about them again one more time. We are so excited to be partnering with this new company. We've never, ever talked about them before on this channel. So you guys are going to be the original iTarget Pro owners. If you've been watching the news, you know innocent people are falling victim to crime, intimidation, and are forced to fend for themselves because Democrats and the left are successfully defunding the police. When the government can't or won't protect your family, self-defense is the only option. But most of us don't have time to consistently train. Plus, ammo is really expensive. That's why iTarget Pro was invented. Using the proprietary app and laser bullet, you can now train